Hey, hey, can you hear me? Thanks all for coming out tonight. I meant to start way earlier than I did, but that's just how my Saturday went. Hope you all are having a great Saturday. So this is going to be an abbreviated session today, but got a lot I wanted to talk about. Got the 5090 for Christmas. That's a hell of a Christmas present. Congrats on that, Crossfaith. They're doing mods in China to upgrade 32 gig of VRAM on the 5080. Wow. El Commandante, welcome. Thanks for coming out, man. Loud and clear. Awesome. Thanks, Justin. Just take the light. I gotta do something about that light. Fiddling with the names on the screen. Just Eric. Been gaming on laptops all your life, so that's hey, what's up, Solace? Well, if you're going from a laptop to a desktop grade 5090, that has got to be quite the uh, quite the improvement. My partner gamed on laptops her whole life, and I recently upgraded her to a full blown desktop with a 5090 in it, and it has been night and day for her. That's for sure. El Commandante, hello back at you. Um, cool. Happy New Year, by the way, everybody. We haven't done one of these since last year. I'm sure you've all heard that joke like 500 times by now, but yeah, 2026. Crazy, man. 2025 flew. Of course, I could say that about every year these years. The more years I put behind me, the faster they get. Um, but it was a hell of a year for gaming, especially MMOs. That's my contention. 2025 was an amazing year for Star Citizen. It was a great year for Pax Day. Great year for Ashes of Creation. Those are the big three. I'm calling them the big three. They hold all the hope for the next decade, probably. I can't think of any others in the running other than maybe the fabled Riot MMO that I keep hearing nothing about, other than it got restarted like a year or so ago. So as an MMO lover and player, I'm putting all my eggs in the basket of these three games. Faster every year, that's for sure. Never had an issue with laptop gaming till Star Citizen. Yeah, I bet that would do it. I hear some people play it on laptops successfully, but they got to be pretty beefy laptops, and I'm sure it's no matter how beefy they are, I'm sure it's not the best. I'll be 32 this year. You're getting old, man. I don't want to hear that. If that's getting old, then I'm over the hills, man. But yeah, I was looking through. I mentioned this in previous videos, but I did a video at the beginning of 2025 where I was making predictions for Star Citizen for 2025 and 2026. I thought we'd go back, take a look at that live, see how those predictions panned out, and maybe make some of our own as we get into 2026 here. And I want to talk about the other two games too, Ashes of Creation, Pax Day. I got about 2 hours, so I got time to dig into a few things. But I think I'll go in that order. Star Citizen, Ashes, and then we'll end the night off with Pax. Have some thoughts on that one. 32 is practically a spring chicken. Meat Captain, thanks for coming out, man. We're going to get into the predictions I had made for 2025 and 2026 and see how close to the mark I was. I don't think I was that close on some things. Other things, fairly close. But TBD. Let me share my screen here. There you go. Yeah, this video was from ways back. you want to find it on your own, you got to scroll back to the beginning of 2025. But what was it? Yeah, Star Citizen 2025. This was the video. Predictions. I've already jumped right to the part that matters. If you go into the video, oh, I gotta turn on the chat. Sorry. There we go. If you go right to, or if you go to the video, there was a part in the video where I brought this screen up, where I talked about, where I kind of broke down what I thought we needed. For a little bit of context, if you've watched this whole video, you'll see me digging into like the problems the game was having at the time. Now, rewind your mind to the end of 2024, beginning of 2025, the state the game was in. It was pretty rough shape at that time, right? The Pyro patch had just landed. We had just gotten static server meshing. They went on Christmas break just like they did this year. Just like they do every year, right? With a patch that is probably struggling. But prior to that static server meshing patch landing, I mean, we were still dealing with 30Ks and massive instability. You were lucky if you could get an hour play session and all that kind of stuff. And then we went into this new world where, you know, I can play 8 hours straight. At most, I'll get a server error window for a little bit that goes away in 30 seconds or so. So that was the context for when I was making these predictions. As you can see, not all of them panned out. If we look at, I'm just going to play a short little clip here. I'm going to hide myself so you can see the original video. I'm only going to play like 30 seconds just to get a little bit more context. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the armor stands, the halves, that kind of stuff. I don't think we'll actually see base building until 2026, which is why I put that in the 2026 column. I think going into 2026, they'll kind of expand on the hab and give us the ability to start crafting base components and using the UI that they delivered in 2025 to place those and so on and so forth. And I'm suspecting by the end of 2026, we will have at least small base building, maybe medium base building. That's my estimate. Again, I could be wrong. We're going to come back and check on my guesses to see how right I am at the end of this year. There you go. That's what we're doing now. We're going to see how right I was. All right. So as I was saying, I thought we were going to get the Habs. If you remember back in like, I don't know, it was maybe mid 2024, they had put out those teaser videos where they were showing those kind of prefabbed Habs that like we would just be able to plop down planet side, and they had like all the living quarters and stuff in them. They featured the suit lockers, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it would be huge. And I expected we were going to get that in 2025 ahead of full-blown base building. As I said in the video at the time, like there's a lot of things just to get us to the point of getting Habs without doing full-blown base building. Like they were going to need the tech, like the user interface for allowing us to visualize where we were placing a building, just like we're going to need for base building as they have presented it in multiple venues by now. We were going to need that. We were going to need the ability to connect some kind of a building to the ground. Way back early to mid 2024, they had talked about what that was going to look like. They were talking about like the complexity of just putting a building on the ground and how the building was either going to have to morph to the ground or the ground was going to morph to the building to make it look continuous, right? And to make it look like you just didn't have like a square box sitting on top of a pebble and like a gap in it. So there's going to have to be some technology there. So just the UI, the ground to building meshing, all that kind of stuff. Like we need all that just to get a hab down without all the other complexity of base building. You know, they've talked about needing storage systems and like power networks and all that stuff that goes along with base building that we wouldn't necessarily need for just a hab placement. So that was what was in my mind whenever I made that prediction. Like, if they wanted base building in 2026, hab placement in 2025 would have been a really nice step in that direction. We didn't get it. Obviously, I was wrong about this one. I don't know if that still is going to be a stepping stone on the way to full-blown base building or not, but good afternoon, Wolf. Thanks for coming out, man. But that was a total miss. Total miss on my part. The other prediction I made for 2025, missions, transit, collisions, etc. I was expecting a lot of progress on those. We still have not got a big glorified transit refactor. That is still something that they have one of their Joker card teams on. So I was wrong on this one as well. Although, the missions, we did see a lot of improvements on throughout 2025. You go back to end of 2024, beginning of 2025, when the Pyro patch landed, a lot of the missions were basically just no longer operational in the world of server meshing, and they have brought a lot of those back online throughout 2025, and so hit there on the prediction. Collisions, I think I was hoping that we were going to see improvements to the collision system throughout 2025, and I don't think we have seen any of that. So, big miss there. NPC behavior, though, we have seen a lot of improvements on. I don't know about you, but when I'm in these FPS missions now, if the server's performing well, the NPCs can be pretty dangerous. So that's a big success, big change, big improvement. Happy to see that. And just in general, you know, if you've been following the updates on each of these patches, I mean, there's a ton of work that have gone into the NPCs, the ability for them to operate vehicles. I think we've even seen some dropship things with NPCs happening, which has been great. So, in general, lot of good progress on that part. Yeah, I think too. You think crafting 2027 crossfade? Whiff! Thanks, Solace. Big whiff on a few of them. You think base building is after Planet Tech V5? Yeah, that's actually a really good point, Wolf. Like the stuff in Planet Tech V5 may make that easier, like the ability to place a building on the ground. Good thought. Yeah, I've been enjoying the FPS action. Me too. So it's been a lot better. So NPC behavior hit there. Org improvements, we saw none of it. we did see some integration between Party Chat and Spectrum. Did we not? That was the only social improvement that we really saw that I'm aware of in 2025. I wish we had seen more there, but who knows? Maybe 2026. In the also category, that was kind of like the maybe for my 2025 engineering fires. We got those at the very end of 2025. They're in the game in a questionably stable patch, but they are in the game. So that made the list. New missions, we got a lot of new missions throughout 2025, so that made the list. We got the those new escort missions, which were pretty cool. I've actually really enjoyed those. I thought they were some of the better flight-oriented missions that we've gotten. And then the ones where you had to hide in the gas clouds and all kinds of new missions. Really, both in the flight combat, but also the new hauling missions. We got a ton of new hauling missions throughout 2025. Quite a few new ground missions in the form of the new events, like the new ASD facilities and all that stuff. So a lot of new mission work. which we kind of expected because at the beginning of 2025 they said, you know, this is going to be the year of content, the year of stability. That made sense. I can't believe I was brazen enough to put Maelstrom on the list. I don't think we're much closer to seeing that in action. I put a question mark behind it because obviously it was I was being very hopeful there. But so I don't know. What do I got? I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 misses, and 1. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 4 hits, 5 misses. I'm coming in just shy of 50-50, guys, on the predictions. But what are you gonna do? Wishful thinking, Wolf. Thanks. Pretty good estimates overall, especially with SC. It's pretty tough to predict this game. Quantum to own ships was a nice add, and Quantum to party has been working fairly. That's good. I totally missed that. There was definitely some things, like some extras that we got that nobody really saw coming at the beginning of 2025. Quantum to party and your own ship was a big quality of life improvement. Also, all the Wicklow stuff and that entire realm of missioning and reward, none of that existed at the start of 2025, so that's all new. Stuff that wasn't even on the radar. What else? What else did we get in 2025 that was not expected? Got a new star system at the end of 2025. That was nowhere on my list. All in 2025 or 2026. I was not predicting. I think if you watch the video back too, you'll explicitly see me suggest we would not get a new star system. But again, I've said this before. Hate them or not, Wicklow is a thing a lot of people interact with. It was. I mean, it drove a lot of interaction, even in my org. I mean, there's a lot of interaction with the Wicklow system. I personally am not a fan, but there's a lot of people that are, and it's been the most engaged we've seen the player base with the game in many years. So ever. So it's hard to argue with the success of it. Got a ton of ships, yeah. Completely forgot about Nyx, right? Now, in my defense, I was predicting that the next star system would be delivered similarly to how Pyro was delivered. And if you remember, Pyro was delivered basically complete. Like we got the entire system, planets, the moons, all at once. And I was imagining CIG would continue to deliver systems in that way. But they've really changed gears here, and Nyx is going to be delivered piecemeal. Obviously, that allowed them to get that out the door much faster than if they waited until all the planets and every moon and everything was done, right? So, we are we're going to be getting probably one planet at a time, one moon at a time, whatever that looks like in a piecemeal world. But it's definitely changed. But we'll see as the cadence of system delivery, if all future systems are delivered this way. I mean, we could theoretically be in a place where we have multiple incomplete systems, right? They could deliver the next system. They could deliver Terra or whatever while they're still developing and flushing out Nyx. So it's going to be really hard to nail down when we're going to see these systems with this model. Not that it's a bad thing. I think it's a good thing. Your prediction for 2026 is more worms? Good evening, Griff. You traveling? Oh, I can't send a stream, but definitely check out the VOD later. Take it easy, Griff. Yeah. Appreciate you checking in, bud. Safe travels. Hope it's somewhere fun or back home. Either of those would be good. think they wanted to do that, but couldn't make it with the planets. Talking about a complete system hustle. You see Nyx as an engineering milestone, shows that they are confident to scale up even if they didn't have any planets. Yeah. Yep. Good point. Yeah, I mean, the fact is there is content in Nyx. It's not like it's a completely empty system, right? I mean, there's missions in there. I mean, the new station, amazing. The asteroid stuff going on. I mean, there's definitely content in there. Can't wait to see the planets, especially since they're the first V5 planets. That's gonna be crazy. Now, of course, my 2026 list. I was predicting 2 years out at the end of 2024 for this 2026 list, and I had crafting on there, and it looks like that's going to be spot on, right? You look at the last comlink transmission they sent on the matter. I think I have it up here. Yeah, this was the roadmap roundup from middle of December. I said on the progress tracker they have crafting ending March 2026, which means we'll probably see it mid 2026. So that would imply that we were on point with the crafting prediction. The next one for 2026 was base building, and this one I'm now much less confident on. I don't know that we're going to see that this year. Again, knowing that we didn't see any kind of preliminary steps towards that in 2025, it's going to be hard for me to believe that we're going to see the whole kit and caboodle this year. Whenever they still have engineering to polish, wrap up. I mean, this patch they just put out is going to require a lot of work to stabilize and get it feeling like we all want it to feel. Crafting, the rollout of that is going to be pretty significant. And I'm sure even once it's rolled out, there's going to be a lot of follow-up work to it. So base building this year, I'm much less confident on. What's up, Expat Brat? Thanks for stopping out. I love your videos too. The feeling is mutual. Gonna get the next planets in a few months? Yeah. Don't forget VR. Oh my gosh. No kidding. Huge thing. Yeah. I mean, VR. The moment I stepped into Star Citizen, which was, I don't even know, 4 years ago at this point, and I started interacting with the game, like, at that point, I was like, yeah, this game is being built from VR, and this was way before anybody was really talking about it that much, so whenever they finally started talking about it, like, it didn't come as a huge shock, but the timing came as a huge shock. I certainly didn't expect it to kind of enter a mainstream patch and release this early on, but yeah, huge. Good pointing that out. Nowhere on any of my lists, but here it is. Just talking to somebody last night about it. They have a huge VR setup and they're excited to check it out. I don't know. I have not tried it yet. I do not have any VR gear. I'd be interested to know who all here is playing with it. What have we been figuring out today, Expat? Not much. We're just so at the beginning of 2025, Expat. It might have been the end of 2024. I made this video, which I have up on the screen right now, where I was making predictions for 2025, 2026, and just circling back and see how accurate the predictions were. That's what we're doing right now. Turns out I was a little less than 50% accurate on 2025. And obviously, 2026, we don't know yet, but, we can see where the wind's blowing and compare it. Wolf. That's how I really think of it, man. Base building will be at the holiday break patch in 2026. That's probably as good a guess as any. If they are going to release base building in 2026, it will definitely be right before they go on holiday break. Well, they broke the game for controller, so there's that to fix. Oh, you mean like a Xbox controller or something? Hopefully in 2026 they wipe or fix my home spawn storage being unstable at 373% full. That's a new one. I haven't heard of that one. B. Lewis. VR is pretty dope for flight. Not a fan for FPS though. Yeah. I can't imagine. But for flight, yeah, I can see it really working out well. I'm already using things like Tobii Eye Tracker in flight, but I do not like it in FPS. I know some people use Tobii Eye Tracker in FPS mode. I can't get used to it in FPS. Like, I want my character to look at my mouse. I have not been able to break that. The next preview build has to be crafting. We'll have to come along with the next tier of looting, I think. But I so wish we had the new social stuff already. I know. The new social stuff is... Ugh. I think anybody in a org is missing that. Has been missing it for some time. I was talking, the expat there saying that crafting on the progress tracker is ending in March of 2026, so I wouldn't expect to see it in a live build till middle of 2026, but a preview build like they did for engineering would be a good move. Yeah, Vulcan. That was a big new thing in 2026 for sure. Or in 2025, sorry. New inventory, yeah. That's that was another thing on the list here, Solace. So crafting is in March. Inventory, the work is ending in January 2026. This one kind of surprised me because whenever they gave us a sneak peek at it in mid 2025, something like that, they were very intentional about saying, hey, this is nowhere close to being delivered. We just wanted to give you a sneak peek. So with that kind of language, the development ending in January feels a lot sooner than I would have anticipated. You got a weird Chrome Dome, you got a weird wish list for 2026, improved ground vehicle physics. Oh my gosh. I would love improved ground vehicle physics. I don't think that's weird at all. I mean, I have a wish list item of roads. I would love to see roads. Could be a movement, but it depends on... They also mess around with the interaction system. Looting bodies is still rough just to get the menu open, I know. Well, as part of this inventory rework, I think the idea is they also want to improve managing all inventory actions nearby, right? So they were talking about how that new inventory screen will allow you to source from local containers or nearby containers. I don't know what the distance looks like yet. So that could definitely be a component of overhauling the looting system. We can hope. Interaction system is the holy grail of improvements. It's been buggy since Genesis, no doubt. Holy crap, expat. I just saw you bringing some people over this way. Thank you so much. And Daniel Johnson, Gloom Underlight, thank you for the subs. Really appreciate it, guys. Used to enjoy grabbing stuff directly from bodies back in the day. I actually thought it was kind of clever. Yeah. They definitely sound like they want to move in the direction of, like, I've never played DayZ, but I played Dune Awakening. Dune Awakening is a game that implemented a system like this where, you know, you could source from chests near you. I don't know. I don't know what it's going to look like in this new paper doll system they have planned, but it's going to be interesting. But I think that it's also the timing on it. If you look at, I mean, that work is wrapping up January, crafting is wrapping up March. It seems obvious to me that the new inventory system and the way that you interact with boxes and crates and bodies and all that stuff nearby is going to be kind of central to how they deliver crafting. It only makes sense, and I think they even called that out because somebody was asking about if you remember the crafting demonstration they gave during CitizenCon Direct where they showed the machine and it had like the little slots where you input the boxes, you know. They said, well, what if you have something in like a 32 SCU crate and you need that, whatever's in that 32 SCU crate into the crafting machine? Like, are you going to have to somehow break the 32 SCU crate apart into like smaller containers so that you can load it into the machine? Is there going to be like an alternative way of doing that? And the dev response was something along the lines of this new inventory interaction system and paper doll system playing a part in that. So yeah, exactly, expat. Hope full physicalized armor with working armor lockers comes in 2026. Everything in Squadron 42. I mean, Squadron 42, yeah, it's going to be huge. I think we need to see our hangar become a lot more of a home. Yeah. I mean, that's on the long-term roadmap tracker, right? You go way out to Star Citizen 1.0. But I have seen no mention of this in hangar upgrades. They're talking about expanding personal hangar customization with new upgrades, layouts, functional improvements. It's on the list, but I don't think it's on the near-term list. I would love to see it. But I would also love to see us able to place those HABs planet side. So that, I mean, that's what I want. Expat. I want to be able to live on a planet. I want to be able to buy one of those HABs. I want to be able to place it planet side, and I want to park my ship right next to my HAB and just walk out of my ship into my HAB. That's my dream. I don't want to land on a hangar anymore. Although I would love the ability to customize the hangars to that extent as well. I feel like it's easier to move to hangars having more function than HABs, but yeah, no, I totally agree. The road from here to there is much shorter. I'll feel at home when I can sit and drink a cup of something at the same time. Fair enough. That's funny. I didn't even consider that you could not do that. You really can't sit and drink at the same time? I'll have to try that out. I'll take your word for it, though. Had by a stream with good fishing? Hey, yeah, I mean, we got to get the fishing first. But, yeah, I agree. Chris said it was coming, right? He said we were going to get fishing. Be able to live by ourselves on some planet nobody ever sees but us. At that Chinese, at the China Bar Citizen thing they did. Wonder if we'll be able to have a landing pad that we land on a planet that drops us into a cave-like thing that is instance. That would be amazing. I think it was last stream or the stream before, people were showing me the old cave hangars from way back before my time in the game. I don't know if you were here then, expat. That stuff looked pretty wild from someone who had never seen it before. I think we need a fully fleshed out rep system before base building. Player bases will exist for about 10 minutes max before they're destroyed. Yeah, well, yeah, I wasn't either. I'm figuring out the very least player bases will have a freight elevator and outside HABs, maybe eventually larger underground type facilities for work housing. Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've kind of showed that in some of their stuff. The freight elevator system working in player bases, and I said there was also going to be some attention given to like the freight system being connected to the various buildings on your base. I don't know what the considerations of that are going to be. It's going to be interesting. Kind of along the lines of power, it felt like. All the HABs on your base are going to have to be connected to a power source and yada yada yada. A lot of things we don't know. You just want to sit on the stoop of my prefab hab. All right, hustle. I like the old hangar people show me with every ship you own. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, expat. That's kind of the like the visceral. I don't know the term I'm looking for there, but the there's pros and cons to instancing, right? Like we totally get why things are instanced, and the current hab or the current hangars that we have way easier to scale by sending stuff down the elevator. You got kind of the magical storage down there. Makes total sense from an engineering perspective. Makes a lot of sense. But there's definitely something about landing your fleet of ships side by side and seeing everything in the world physicalized. Hope eventually we get distro center size org facilities. Yeah, definitely. Since I did so much with the underground facilities, maybe they'll drop more of those soon. Yeah. Yeah, I would love to see like the option for underground facility bases. That would be cool. Want to see my Bugatti from my living room? Exactly, Wolf. That's what I'm talking. That's exactly what I'm getting at. Like the old space stations, right? Levski. Yeah, the ones with the outside landing pads. Yeah, bases definitely hope can give us more multi-ship garage feel instead of the single ship thing now. Yeah, exactly, Nick. I think that's a huge opportunity that comes with base building. The reason I think that base building is poised to deliver that better than something like, yeah, Rip Portal, something like the hangars we have now is that as a strength of meshing, right? Like the static and eventually dynamic server meshing. This has been a hot topic around here for quite some time, but whenever you are funneling a bunch of people into a small area like one city, we're going to continue to run into limitations that dynamic server meshing or static server meshing cannot help us with, right? You're only going to be able to scale those servers down to a certain distance before it gets too small to add more servers to it. But whenever you are spreading players out throughout the galaxy or the universe, that's where dynamic server meshing or static server meshing shines in distributing that player load. So I think they will be more capable of having all of our ships on display, parked side by side, everything physicalized in the world than they will be in a place like New Babbage. If you tried to physicalize everybody's ships all at the same time in New Babbage, I mean, that would be a nightmare of the scale. One server per player, easy. Yeah. I talk a lot about why that's not possible, Hustle. But one server per square 100 gigameters? Yeah, definitely. It's definitely possible. When you spread people out across multiple moons, multiple planets, all over, I mean, it becomes a lot more feasible. Events and gatherings are still going to attempt to break things? Absolutely. Yeah. They can scale out with as many servers as they want to blanket the universe. You're still going to have problems with the Daymar rally next bit. Unfortunately. This is working pretty well. I had not played since server maintenance last week, and when I logged in, I was back in the AST facility. Nice. That's cool. I mean, that's a totally another thing. I think I actually mentioned that in the 2026 column. So obviously, base building, TBD. It'd be nice if we got the hab building this year, but I don't know. Server stability, obviously they have been iterating on that for quite some time. But yeah, here, the 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth bullet point down. I said improved friend experience and log in, log out. That's kind of what I was thinking whenever I did this video at the beginning of 2024. Solace was them improving the log in, log out experience. And I know they've mentioned this as an explicit goal of theirs. Like, they don't want us going back to the nearest space station every time we log out. They want us to log in where we logged out at. And I think, yeah, I don't think we're going to see selectable identifiable servers this year. I think they're going to continue through 2026 with friend-oriented servers, as strange as that is for an MMO. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if we saw the beginnings of this log in, log out thing this year. I don't know. But then again, it took them an incredible amount of patience and work just to get hanger spawning in the game. Remember, they tried to put it in, ran into a bunch of problems, had to yank it out, put it back in. I don't know how well that bodes for tracking everybody's position on log in, log out without a bed. What do you think? I wonder with that demo they showed of 3 servers handling 3 rooms and a hallway to show the interactivity between the servers, if that level of granularity will be present in extreme crowd situations with dynamic. They pull out all the stops. Solutions for extremes. Sorry, I'm rereading that message. Yeah, I mean, 3 servers handling 3 rooms and a hallway. Again, like, you could have 3 servers handling 3 rooms sitting right next to each other. The problem is whenever you pack people into those areas, right? If the servers have to know what's going on in the other servers and how much information they have to transfer back and forth, that's the bottleneck. It's not, at that level, the compute is not the bottleneck, it's the network. So they crafted a very elegant demo where you had an L-shaped hallway, right? The reason for that L, like if you're trying to limit network overhead, there's a very good reason for the L shape. That's because I'm having a hard time, but the people on this end of the L cannot see the people on this end of the L, right? They can both see the center square that connects the 2 L's. And so there's only 2 areas that have to know about each other. Those other ends of the L's do not have to know about each other, and that's the magic sauce. Like, you need a way of preventing state awareness between these locations as they crunch down. And I'm very certain that's why they picked the L shape area. It's kind of like if you're on a ship, right? Like, say you're all flying around the 890 jump, and you try to have multiple servers hosting this 890 jump because maybe you're throwing the biggest space party the universe has ever seen, and you got a bunch of people in the pool room, and you got a bunch of people outside the pool room waiting to get into the pool room. And as long as that door's shut and nobody needs to know about anybody, it's easy to scale those 2 servers separately. As soon as you open that door, and you have like a big freaking 100-person swimming party on the inside, it goes back to my mosh pit example in that video I did, I don't know, like a year ago at this point. Now all of a sudden, all that state transferring back and forth, that becomes a massive amount of overhead, not on the individual compute nodes, but on the network that connects those compute nodes. That's the problem that they need to overcome in small spaces. That's why dynamic server meshing and static server meshing will do nothing to help clusters of people in small areas. It only helps scale the game out. Right? It's going to help us get to 100 star systems eventually. 5 to start. And it's going to help all that space, and it's going to help people spread out across moons, but as soon as you have 100 on 100 battle, you're going to start to feel the constraints. That's why the containerization is so important, and that's why multi-crew is so important. A lot of people talk about, how they want AI blades and NPC crew and all this stuff, but I would, like, from where CIG stands, I would think that they really want to emphasize multi-crew gameplay, because if you can have say you have 100 people, say you have 500 people versus 500 people. You got two teams, 500 each. If you just try to smash those together into a couple servers right next to each other, the state transfer is going to be, that's required to have everybody know what's going on. It's going to be insane, right? If they're all flying their own ships. But if you can contain groups of people in large capital ships, so you have an Idris with 30 people on board, and then you have your Javelin with 100 people on board, and you have, you know, a couple other ships with between 20 and 100 people each. Now, the battle becomes manageable because all those players are contained. They're in a container, and people outside the container don't need to know what those people are doing. So your 1,000 people total has become, you know, maybe 10 to 20 objects that information needs shared between. You know what I'm saying? Super important for scalability. So multi-crew is not just something we want as organizations or as fans of MMOs. It is something that the game is going to depend on to scale. Why they keep it separated, do you think? I mean, a ping is a ping. How will they manage international audience, do you think? Expat, I think international, they're going to do international shards. I think there's going to be an EU shard, there's going to be a North America shard, there's going to be an Asia shard. I'm pretty sure they have already kind of backed that up and said that's going to be the way they move on that. Doing a lot of data calling. Patrick Jones, what are some solutions you can think of that will help with large amounts of people in small spaces? Taco Knight, thanks for the follow, man. Arokian, thanks for the follow. Vulcan's Labyrinth, thanks for the follow. I'm really sorry that I don't have the on-screen alerts set up whenever the follows are happening. Expat, you might be able to help me with that. You do this, don't you? What do you use for the on-screen follows? I've been using this bot that just does not seem to work. I forget what it's even called now. Botrix? Yeah. Doesn't seem to work. Every once in a while it'll pop up, but it basically misses most of that stuff, so. What are some of the solutions I can think of that will help with large amounts of people in small spaces? It's going to be anything that will allow you to stream elements. I'll have to check that out. Thank you. Anything that will allow you to not have to share the data. Oh, you saw one of them pop up? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It seems to be intermittent. I was looking for something cross-platform. That's why I just didn't use, like, whatever, because I'm streaming on both at the same time. But anyway, I'll have to figure it out. I'll look into stream elements. Thank you. It annoys me. Yeah, like PlanetSide did this, right, Patrick? PlanetSide had these massive PlanetSide battles of... I never played the game, so I'm not pretending to be an expert on it, but from what I've heard, they had a lot of people on both sides, and they used kind of a degradation system so that your graphics card would only have to render blobs instead of each unit individually. Stream Elements is cross-plat. Cool, good to know. Because there's multiple problems of scale here. One is sharing all the information on what's going on, right? Like, if you have two servers side by side and teams are in these servers and they're shooting at each other, like server X and server Y, server X is going to have to communicate to server Y that, you know, this person is shooting there and this person's shooting here and this person just dropped a bomb and this person fired a rocket launcher and this person threw a grenade, and there's just all kinds of information that's going to have to flow back and forth. But not only that, then you have the rendering challenge, right? I interviewed a CEO of a gaming company on this channel a few months ago, who had launched Bitcraft Online, and I asked him where this falls down, and he said it actually falls down at the graphics card first. Like having to render all of the stuff on the screen, like the client machine can't keep up. He thinks it falls down there before it falls down on the network in the data center, but he definitely said the data center is like the next place it would fall down. So first you got to overcome the graphics, then you got to overcome the network. I'm not a graphics expert at all. I do not understand graphics programming. I've never done 3D modeling or 3D work, so all I can tell you is that I would think of it as a data problem. The amount of data that you have to shove down your GPU pipe, you're going to have to reduce it somehow. PlanetSide, from what I understand, did that by taking 50 players in the distance, and instead of your GPU having to render all 50 separately, they just kind of gave you a blob. And you would render it as a single thing, potentially, just with a low granularity fidelity, so that's one way to do it. Yeah, but me at home, I have to receive this info to my system for my GPU to show me it, so there's a size of the pipe kind of in the network. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely part of it, expat. You have multiple pipes. You have the data center, you have multiple servers sitting, like the DGSs, right? The game servers are sitting next to each other with a network in between those. I'm talking about that pipe being overloaded. But then you also have the pipe from the data center to your house. And it is a very real possibility that you can overload that pipe with too much information as well. Obviously, there's going to be a lot more data flowing between the game servers than there are to your house, because it should be the responsibility of the replication layer in Star Citizen's architecture to filter down all that stuff that's happening and only send your client what it needs to render everything that's going on. So that's one layer of downsampling the data so that you're getting just enough to render what you need to. But you could still overwhelm your bandwidth with that if you're not doing that intelligently. And you got to do the same thing in the servers. Like if you have a 500v500 battle and the pipe between the two DGSs can't handle this, then you're going to have to downsample there as well. And I don't know exactly. I'm not a game developer. I'm a systems guy, so I understand the problem, but I've never actually done game development. So you're, if I was solving the problem, I would look at like, how can we batch or ignore certain types of actions? Like, could I start transmitting it less often? Would be another one, right? Like instead of a high fidelity stream of data, like player A moved here, then moved here, then moved here, then moved here. Like maybe I could skip some of those interim steps and just say player A moved from here to here, and then have the remote server calculate the in between. You could see this happening in things like I don't know if you've done any OBS work, or there's a lot of programs out there. I'm a slow thinker, so I'm not really going to be able to rattle them all off the top of my head. But a lot of things will take 2 points, and they will smooth the in-between for you, right? Like in OBS, if I want to do a transition, I say start here, end here, and then it'll just handle smoothing things in between. You could do the same thing on a game server, where you just send the start and the finish without all the in-betweens and have it calculate everything. That'd be one way of calling the data. I see network calling on the NPC movement and distance. Yeah, they teleport around. So maybe they're already doing some of that. Graphics have definitely come a long way, but a lot of this is on CIG to optimize client render to only show exactly what you need to see and not render. Yeah, exactly. So, but the point is, Expat and Arcadia and everybody who's weighing in on this, the point is that these are two different scaling challenges, right? The dynamic server meshing and static server meshing and all that stuff, that is for scaling out. And all this optimization on graphics rendering and calling of network data and reducing how much data you have to send, that is the small scale scaling challenge. Like you can't shove more people into a bar room with server meshing. That's not how you do it. You shove more people into a bar room by minimizing the amount of data you have to send, minimizing the amount of things you have to render. That's how you scale down to a bar room. You scale out to a universe with lots and lots of servers. Two different scaling challenges. Does that make sense? That's funny though. Teleport around in a distance. You're not wrong. They're already calling. But what they need to do is instead of having to teleport around the distance, they need to send those 2 points and have your machine handle the smooth movement. And that's why MMOs have mostly been point and click dice rollers, because high fidelity is hard. Exactly. 100%. Exactly. That's why when you look at things that have scaled, Ashes of Creation is a great example, right? That's another game, another modern game is being developed that they're looking to scale to a lot of players on the screen at the same time. They're taking a very different route. Happy New Year to you. They're taking a very different route from Star Citizen. And one of the things they did right off the bat was they said, I'm going to get to that in a minute, Chrome Dome. You instance the bar in the least intrusive way possible. But one of the things Ashes of Creation did right off the bat is they said, we're going to do tab target. And the reason, a lot of times you'll see people in the wild say, tab target is antiquated, we hate it, we want action combat, blah, blah, blah. But tab target is a lot more scalable than action combat for that reason, right? Because the amount of data that you have to transmit from point A to point B goes way down. Because now you only have to transmit when a player's target changes and when they are performing an action and when their location or position changes, right? You have to transmit much less. In action combat, it's really important that you get a steady stream of movement coordinates. You have to know the player's facing, what they're doing, where the opponent is, blah, blah, blah. In action combat, you don't really need to know the player's facing a lot of the time. You just have to know that player A was here, player B was here, I performed this action with this target. And so that was a choice that Ashes of Creation made really early on in order to scale up to a large number of players on one server. And as a result, I can guarantee you that Ashes of Creation will be able to handle far more players on one DGS than Star Citizen will. Yeah, exactly, I bet. So if Star Citizen achieves, 100 to 200 players per DGS, I would imagine that Ashes of Creation will achieve 500 to 600. Just because of that difference. And I'm pretty sure Ashes of Creation is already kind of closing in on that. I think in some of the recent testing they were hitting 500 to 600 players on the DGS. I could be misremembering that, but you can fact check me. Whereas Star Citizen, we're still in the 100 player per DGS realm, I would imagine. Hard to tell because they're not really advertising player caps on a per shard basis unless I'm missing that. And they're now stitching together multiple DGSs to host the live environment. But how those DGSs are performing with any kind of player clustering, I have not observed, but I'd be really interested in those numbers. I would expect them to go down. Ashes actually hit the downside of that. They have so many people on a server that many locations are overwhelmed with players. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, definitely. We did manage 2,500 cap in SC once on a DGS. But it wasn't pretty, yeah. I wouldn't imagine it's pretty. That would have to be a frame by frame fest. If I had to guess. I wonder if like predictive DLSS type stuff, can they predict player movement and actions in any way on the client side? That's what I was kind of getting at, XPet. Like I think some kind of that would be one of the solutions in thinning the pipe required to transmit all the data down to like your client, for example. Instead of me sending you two coordinates and you watching the player teleport between them, like let me send you two and then you calculate the trajectory. St. Patrick, dear, you're lonely? You have to expand on that. Solace, you have a super technical question. Why do so many dudes create female characters? Oh my god. I don't know, man. Even in single-player games, same scaling applies, I suppose. In paradox strategy games, everything is a tick-based, yeah. Yeah, for sure. It just gets a lot more complicated whenever you go multiplayer. And back to Chromdone's point about instancing in the bar example that I was talking about. Yeah, instancing is definitely a tool here, right? Like, and CIG called this out at CitizenCon Direct, where they were talking about, they want to be able to set parameters. Like, we don't want more than 100 players in this bar. And so whenever you zone into the bar, they're going to have something that figures out how many people are in there and if they have to come up with a new bar instance and so on and so forth. And they want to make it really invisible to the user that you're playing in an instance environment, so that, you don't walk into an overcrowded bar. And I think that's a perfect use for the instancing technology, to Chromdone's point. But it doesn't solve the problem of the 500 on 500 battle. Right, Chromdome? Like, it solves the problem of too many people piling into a bar. You give them the optimal bar experience. Yo ho! Waffle Massacre. Enjoyed my SC content this year? Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate the comment. Can't speak for everyone, but there have been multiple patches that the male avatar got stuck. Yeah, that could be part of it. And then as far as Ashes having too many people in an area, I mean, yeah, it's kind of a level design problem / population management issue. I don't know. That's a tough one. I mean, because the thing is like, you want the capability in certain circumstances, but in other circumstances, you're going to pay the price, right? Like in Ashes, they want to scale up to these large player counts because they want to have large battles between villages and towns and the node system, right? They want nodes to be able to go to war and win territory and that kind of thing. I mean, you have a big battlefield. There's merits to being able to put 500 people on a screen. But whenever you're walking into a town, because Ashes of Creation also committed to doing parlor games, for example, where you could sit in a tavern and play Yahtzee or card games or whatever. Like, they're committed to doing that in their Kickstarter. Obviously, you don't want 500 people in the tavern. Right, that's going to be a miserable experience for everybody. Nobody else is going to be able to move, and all the tables are going to be full, and so it becomes like you want the capability, but you want to be able to dial it, right? Like, you want to be able to put 500 people on a battlefield, but you also want to limit how many people can enter the tavern through instancing or something else. And it's just multiple dials that you're turning to deliver different experiences at different times, depending on what the player's desired gameplay is. So, like, same thing in Star Citizen. Another good example is the persistent entity streaming and persistence, right? Star Citizen comes out with a system where, like, we want to be able to persist anything, anywhere, forever. And everybody agreed that that was a very good capability to have, but that doesn't mean you want that capability in place everywhere at all times, because then you got junked up landing pads, and you go to land on a moon and, like, there's nothing but wreckages around, and you go to an elevator in New Babbage and they've filled it with those little squid things, so obviously having the capability doesn't mean that you don't need other dials to dial a capability back. That makes sense. It's the same thing with the player count. Like, you want the ability to put 500 players on the screen. Doesn't mean you always want 500 players on the screen. The dial. Bar problem. More bars. Instance or physical. Battle density problem. Balance AoE. Style attacks. Yeah, for sure. Alright, I'm catching up on some of the comments. Right, the density problem is probably more of a player incentives behavior problem. You'll have to discourage density somehow. It's a gameplay problem as much as a tech problem. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, incentivization is a huge part of all this. Like, no doubt. If you can incentivize the players to play how you want them in order to play nice and cooperate with the technology, I mean, that's a win-win. Because now you've convinced the players that they are exhibiting their free will and playing the way they want to play. But at the same time, 2010, thank you so much for the follow and the sub, man. I really appreciate it. But at the same time, you are... And St. Patrick D, thank you for the follow. At the same time, you are reducing the strain on the underlying technology. So, and that is a... World of Warcraft used to have people fade in and out of rooms, even when they were transferring between instances. Yeah, exactly. That's called layering. That's what WoW calls it. Yeah, thank you so much, 2010. Layering is something I expect. Yeah, thank you, Expat Brat, for introducing 2010 to this channel. And for everybody else that you introduced to this channel, Expat, I really appreciate it. Layer is something that I expect Star Citizen to do eventually, as much as nobody wants to see that. I know a lot of people have expressed like that being fundamentally incompatible with the promises that have been made, but I don't think so. I think it's going to be a technological reality, and that they're already laying the groundwork for this, right? If you look at some of the things they've said about base building and base assaults, this is a really good one. I don't even know how long ago this was now because I'm losing track of time. I think this was prior to the end of 2024. They talked about how assaulting a base would work across multiple shards, right? Because we all have multiple shards right now. You're choosing the shard you log into by right-clicking a friend on your friends list and saying join their server. That's how you choose your shard. But under the hood, I'm sure all these shards have names, much like a WoW realm or a WoW layer of a realm has a name or a number. And their response was, there will be logic that controls where you can assault a base, right? And part of that logic will be if the player that owns the base is online, then assaults of that base can only happen on the shard in which that player is residing. What does that sound like? It sounds to me like they're already laying the groundwork for layering. This is exactly how things work in Pax Dei, for example, or a number of other games where, like in Pax Dei, if a server tile fills up with too many players, they layer just that tile. All the connecting tiles around it are not layered. But in that layered tile, the buildings are replicated across the tiles, or across the layers, so that everybody on, regardless of the layer, they see the same structure. But in the future, whenever structure warfare emerges, that's on the roadmap for Pax Day. At some point, they're going to be introducing that. Like, you're going to be limited to like the primary layer to be able to interact with that system. And Star Citizen is talking about the same thing already. So I see this as an inevitability for Star Citizen. Yeah, it's tough because what do you want people to feel walking around? Seamlessness has a cost. Yeah. When my buddy asks for my help at a location, I must be able to join them on their layer or I can't help. Yeah. I would think that you would... Yeah, logic priority for orgs, friends, etc. Yeah. I mean, that's what most games do. They prioritize your party. Guild Wars, I think, even had a guild priority system where like it would go based on your party, your friends, and even your guild. At the end of the day, maybe we can find comfort in semiconductor advancements, brute forcing our MMO problems. Can't we convert all CPU-based server to GPU? Somebody else was talking to me about that several months ago. Like, can't GPUs solve these problems? And the answer is no. Like, GPUs are not going to magically solve all these problems, especially when a lot of the problem is network bandwidth. Compute, which is the only thing a GPU could help with, Oswantl, is like we can already scale compute, right? We can already add more CPUs, more servers. Like, we can already do that. But the interconnectivity eventually becomes problematic. Imagine two guilds occupying the same location, not seeing each other till a few guys left, and all of a sudden, there's guys out there everywhere. Exactly, expat. SC already has the server affinity function, where it joins you on people in your org friends list. Same thing can be used in layers instances. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, at some point it becomes a network problem, precisely. So they're going to have to do something with layering. I just don't see any other way of doing it. And like, they can reduce, and here's the thing, like, even if they do all the optimization work that we were talking about earlier, right? They do all the GPU optimization they can. They do all the network data calling work that they can. This is all optimization work, which is going to come at the very end of the development cycle for this stuff, by the way. So we're not really going to see what that looks like until we get much closer to release. But even after they've done all this optimization work, like, still, the system is going to be breakable. Like, there's no such thing as infinite optimization, so all we can do is get to the game to a certain point where the bar feels out of reach. Like, they've done a really good job if the bar feels out of reach, but if people intentionally try to break it, and you know that they will, then there's still going to be limits, right? Like, maybe they put in a tremendous amount of optimization work, and they get us to the point where they can comfortably fit 200 people in a high fidelity DGS. And there's enough network capacity that they could have a high fidelity combat experience be able to span 4 DGSs, right? So we can now have a 400 on 400 FPS battle. Like, that would be an incredible achievement. It would require a ton of optimization work, a ton of on all levels, the GPU, the data, the network, everything, right? Let's just say they do that. Well, what happens when players try to do 401 versus 400? And you know they're going to. Like, no matter how far they raise the ceiling, there is going to be a limit that players can hit, and the players will hit it. And that's why they need something like layering, instancing, whatever the case may be, right? They're going to need that thing that they can scale infinitely. And there's no other game in town than sharding, layering, instancing. And whenever you instance an open world, right, like just a field on Microtech, they usually call that layering. Layering is just another term for instancing in reality. It's just more open-ended. And so that's why they need to develop this stuff. Even though we don't want them to use it, even though Chris Roberts, I'm sure, would prefer they not have to use it, because Chris Roberts is just as passionate about a physicalized world as we are, one that feels contiguous and real and void of these constructs that often these digital simulations are confined to. Like, Chris wants to break all that stuff. We know he does. And we want him to break all that stuff. That's why we're throwing all this money at him. But at the end of the day, they're going to have to build this in. And just hope that we encounter it as little as possible. That's my take. And I think, to the point of the person up above who said technology might save us, I think it will. Over time, technology will raise the limits. And as time goes on, like, that ceiling will continue to get higher and higher and higher until eventually it's very possible we may never hit it in regular usage without intentionally trying to break it. That would be the ideal. Many games have tried to solve each one of these problems separately. SC is just the first one to try and address and capitalize on all of them at once, both micro and macro. Yeah, well said, Arcadia. This goes back to the video I put out recently where I was talking about breadth and depth. There's really not too many games out there that try to give a broad experience that is deep on many levels. Star Citizen's one of the few that I can think of. GTA 6 maybe being another contender in that area. Where there's a will, there's a way. Wolf? Chrome Dome, interestingly, PlanetSide has the official world record for most people in a battle at 1,158. I never played PlanetSide. I wish I had, just to experience that. But that's right in line with what I was just saying. Like, if they achieved a 400 on 400 battle, that would be an amazing feat and accomplishment in my mind. And that would put them close to the world record, as you just spelled it out there. It'll be interesting to see how close Ashes gets to that, too. And they need to create logic to when layers happen that still allows for the intended gameplay and not for it to be abused and gamed. Yeah, exactly, expat. I mean, that's a huge problem with layering. We've seen that in Pax Dei, where things get layered and then players abuse it. We see that in World of Warcraft too, especially on PvP servers where players will intentionally layer hop to find a layer that is more dominated by their alliance, for example. You see it in Pax Dei, where if you're familiar with the new tree spawning mechanics out there, people will have attempted to layer hop in order to get a tree all to themselves that are normally contested. So yeah, layering is often an abused system. 2010, couldn't unstable jump points be gatekeepers to an instance that is full? That is a very interesting thought, and one that we have talked about quite a bit internally here. I think that the vast space that comprises Star Citizen could be used to their advantage in very interesting ways, and I think one would be some kind of like quantum instability, right? Like, because the spaces are so large, there's really no practical way for players to get and congregate in one area outside of quantum travel. And so it would be very interesting if they could make things feel real by saying, hey, this area of space is getting really full, and so what we're going to do is create like quantum instability all around it, so that people trying to warp into that get kind of a warning that pops up that says, hey, detect quantum instability detected, your travel's going to be delayed, are you sure you want to continue? And that would give players the option to like bail out and not go there, or actively make the decision to basically get in the queue by setting their quantum route, but you know, their ship is just kind of forever stuck in quantum travel until space frees up in the area, and then it would let them through. I think that would be a really clever way of using space time to their advantage. I would love to see something like that. I guess Eve has the advantage of being point and click. Yeah, Oswintel, that's what I was just talking about earlier with tab targeting, and why Ashes chose tab targeting over action combat. It's because it allows them to scale up to more players on the DGS, and you have the exact same thing in EVE Online. EVE Online is basically tab target. It's just, we don't call it that because it works a little bit differently in EVE Online, but same mechanisms. Much reduced things having to slide back and forth between the DGSs. Also, EVE Online has the advantage that a DGS is never in proximity to another DGS, because DGSs represent star systems there. And so it has the advantage that what is taking place on one DGS, another DGS will never need to know about. Because there's no plausible scenario in which what is happening in one solar system would affect another solar system in any way, right? That is very different from DGSs in Star Citizen, because in Star Citizen wants to bring these DGSs in close quarters with one another, right? When we get to the point of dynamic server meshing and you have a DGS that represents an 890 jump and another DGS that represents a Carrack, and these two ships are interacting with one another. You have two DGSs that are in close enough proximity that information needs shared between those DGSs. That is very different from the EVE Online model. And EVE Online has a huge advantage as a result in its network architecture. EVE must have a lot of smaller scale DGSs. I imagine the networking complexity load is a lot less. Yeah, way, way less. Because again, they can all operate completely independently. They don't have to be aware of each other at all. Only the back-end systems on EVE Online need to communicate with the DGSs. Primarily the market systems. CCP outlined that a while ago. You know, they have a dedicated server mesh to their market. And that thing interacts with the DGS's, transaction. I don't even know if that actually interacts directly with the DGS's. That would be a question for the devs over there. I don't know. It could just be that the players are interacting directly with the market servers from the client. I don't know if it's proxied through the DGS or anything like that. Unknown. It would be a natural way to sort out these issues. Yeah, I agree. 2010. I think it would be very, very interesting if they took that route. I think it would be really cool too. Space stations are instanced also, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like Jitta. Guaranteed Jitta has its own hardware. Yeah. And then the last things in my 2026 column were new missions. Obviously, we're going to continue to see new mission types throughout 2026. I had listed reputation stuff. I don't know if that's plausible anymore. You know, we had seen a lot of the stuff on reputation in the Citizen Con at the end of 2024. But since then, I haven't heard much about it. Is anyone here? Am I missing something? So I don't know if we're going to see a big reputation shift in 2026. I would expect not. Law and security, I don't think that is anywhere on their radar for 2026. So we'll just scratch that off the list. So if I had to refine these 2026 predictions, let me think about it in a moment. I find this all very fascinating because I kind of wish Cloud Imperium shared more of this info. I think us nerds could handle it. Yeah, I agree. They've done some like releases here and there, but nothing to the extent of what Star Citizen has done. It'd be great to see the network guys brainstorming all this. From what I understand, Cloud Imperium recently hired a few of the network / systems architects guys from CIG. You all hear that? I think two left the back-end team at CIG to go join CCP. But Inside SC is now more marketing than... Inside SC is more marketing than making a game, yeah. Can be. Every once in a while, expat, we get some good ones, like the interview with Benoit. I thought was really good. Give me Bug Smashers back. Bug Smashers, I think, was before my time, 2010. Pardon me. At this point, I don't think rep is changing at all, really. Only thing is the P2P rep for beacons. You have to explain that one to me, Hustle. P2P rep for beacons. They were showing you crying in source code. That had to be super early on. Thanks, Mackie Moss. Really appreciate you stopping by, man. And have a good night. A game with EV con, SC gameplay, holy grail. Yeah, I hope they copy a lot of what Eve has. I do recognize that they don't want to be completely player driven like Eve Online was, which I understand. There's definitely pros and cons to that. And I really find their goal of like 10% player driven, 90% NPC driven. I find that a very fascinating goal that could solve a lot of real player problems. So I'm eager to see how that evolves, but at the same time, I would love to see them copy a lot of what CCP built. Things like hauling contracts, really the entire contract system. Just copy the entire contract system. Also copy the whole market order system. Player reputation for doing player contracts, that makes sense. So how much SC did you play this year, and what do you most enjoy, actually? Me, expat? Sorry, I feel like I'm losing my voice. I played about once a week is the cadence that I play SC. Except the last couple of weeks of the year. Really, November, December, I probably went down to every other week. Only because of the Pax Day launch. And I was helping get the PvP entity within our gaming group off the ground for Pax Day, so I was taking a lot of my time. But I'm excited to get back into it as 2026 unfolds. Do I play on Linux? No. No, I play on Windows. I love Linux, but I am a path of least resistance person. And so I use the best tool for the job. I will use Linux for all of my server work. I would use Linux on a laptop for software development, but I will not use it on my gaming machine because there's just too much resistance. Like, I have throttles and sticks and pedals and all kinds of doodads and gadgets from my Star Citizen gameplay, and like I have Virpil hardware, and the Virpil software won't even run on Linux. Basically, I looked into it once, and they were like, "Yeah, step one, fire up a Windows virtual machine." As soon as I read that, I'm like, "Yeah, no, I'll just keep playing on Windows." I like Pax Day. When will it, in your opinion, be friendly to the average RPG gamer? I mean, I think it really depends on what the average RPG gamer is looking for. Like, if you enjoy crafting, building, and farming, I still can't get packs. I get overwhelmed very quickly. Yeah, if you enjoy crafting, building, and farming, the game is amazing right now. You could keep yourself busy for a few months just with those things. It doesn't really have a classic dungeon experience like something like World of Warcraft or whatever would have. The dungeons are very different. They're challenging, especially now since the most recent patch. But they're more like POI farming, right? Like Pax Day is built around points of interest in which you just go farm, and you kind of probably something more like New World or I don't know, maybe old school RuneScape, where you have mobs in the world and you just kind of farm them, and then you come back a little bit later when the stuff's respawned and you farm it again. Like, that's how the POIs in Pax Day work, and the dungeons work the exact same way. But you can get, relics and all kinds of stuff. The thing I like about Pax Day is that it is entirely player run from like gear production. Like, there's no drops. You can't like kill a mob and have them drop a piece of armor that you equip. Like, they only drop, sorry for that, bump my mic. They only drop crafting materials that your crafters then turn into gear and accessories and weapons and all that kind of stuff. I love that about Pax Day. Whenever you compare it with something like Ashes, where Ashes has a lot of drops that can kind of circumvent the player crafting system. Now, there's good and there's bad ways to do that. EVE Online, I think, is a really good example of how you can do both really well. Like, you can have ships explode and materials drop out. Some of those are components that you can use directly. Some of them you can salvage, you know. But I think that worked really well in EVE Online because of the fact that, like, crafting was so vastly superior to the drops. I think that's where Ashes needs to get to. Ashes needs to get to a point where the drops from the dungeons are enough to get by, but you really want to craft to perform well. Anyway, I'm kind of getting off tangent there, but Pax is already there. 100% player crafted. There's no drops to be had. I love that. Where Pax falls short right now is combat. Just flat out honest. Really enjoyed listening to you. Thanks, 2010. The Pax Dei combat is... I enjoy it. But if you're coming at it from, like, someone who has played World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy or New World, and you're expecting that style of combat in this MMO, you're going to be sorely disappointed. They have gone with a far more visceral style of combat, one that there's not a whole lot of, like, juking back and forth. It's very much like you're in the trenches swinging your sword at the opposition and there's really no way out. It's like you're engaged to the death, basically. Like, that is the Pax style of combat. They're really going for some, like, visceral feel like that. Like, they really want it to feel like middle-aged combat. And so it feels very different from anything that you're used to. And they don't have any plans. I think they have openly spoke about not implementing things like dodge or rolls or anything like that. A lot of people miss that type of stuff whenever they're playing Pax Dei. So you really got to be open-minded about the combat. The PvP has been good. You know, the game has a long way to go. It's very early in its inception. These are ex-EVE Online developers, by the way, that have built Pax Dei. And if you go way back to EVE Online's origin, it didn't start out that great, if you remember correctly. And I wasn't there at the beginning, so I'm not speaking firsthand, but based on what I have read, EVE Online started in pretty rough shape. And it had a player decline until it ticked back up. I was just looking at the numbers recently. EVE Online started with around 5,000 players, and it took them 2 years to get to 10,000. These days, you fast forward 20 years, like, if a game doesn't explode to, like, 1 million players overnight, everybody calls it a dead game. I don't understand that. You go back then, EVE Online took 2 years to gain 5,000 players. So, of course, Pax Dei launches. I think it had around 6,000 players on opening day. The opening first couple weeks. Right now, I actually have this up right now. I was just looking at this. If you look at the Steam charts, you can see this gradual decline. Opening day, around 6,500. It was actually opening week, I guess, because they had an early access launch and then it opened to the rest of everybody. But anyway, these first couple weeks, they were over the 6,000 mark, and you fast forward to now, they're down around 3,000. So they've shed 50%. I think that this is a positive, because I think if you look at some other games and MMOs that have launched recently, over a 3-month time window, the drop off was much more intense. Look at New World. Look at I don't know, any of the recent MMOs that launched. Throne and Liberty. What are some others? Lost Ark. They all experienced a much sharper decline. So the fact that Pax Dei is not seeing a sharp drop-off, but a gradual, could be kind of promising. I mean, remains to be seen. There's a lot of things the game needs yet. But again, looking back to EVE Online, 5,000 to 10,000 took 2 years. If this game can survive and they got the funding and they figure out how to pay the bills, hopefully we'll see that gradual uptick over the next 2 years and this game will be here to stay. So I don't get concerned when I see a chart like this. Other people do. You can get a little bit sensational about it. Doesn't matter to me. EVE had a lot of competition back then, to be fair. It was an old man's MMO. But I played it young because mega nerd, yeah. Yeah, me too, expat. I didn't play when it first launched, though. I didn't play it until much later. It was 20. I don't know. I want to say like 2009, 2010 is whenever I got into EVE Online for the first time. So crazy, the best games still work in the old fashioned. EVE devs get around. Yeah, EVE devs. I love permadeath. Sorry, I'm going back and getting some of the comments I missed. Yeah, I love the death of the spaceman mechanic. We could talk about that, but I love it. Would there be a reason for me to build and up my gear, etc.? Do you build just to build, right? Yeah, you build just to build. There's not a whole lot of functionality to the buildings in Pax Dei. It's more of a you just build for the sake of building something nice looking. Really what the buildings are is huge places to store all your stuff at, and of course put your crafting stations down and all that. So your building basically becomes the place where you craft, where you store things, etc., etc. That's the reason to build. Wow, your account was 2004. Crazy. That's basically right after it launched, right? You ended up starting to reinstall EVE while watching this. Sorry, Oswaldtel. Hopefully it works out for you. When I was first playing Wing Commander, it was too hard for me, which triggered me. Yeah. Normally a slow drop like this wouldn't be a problem for an MMO, but can they keep the lights running with 3,000 players? Although I imagine there's more, not on Steam, but still, MMOs are expensive. Well, you gotta figure this is 24-hour peak, right? So 3,000 players, that's not how many players they have playing the game. That's how many players they have playing the game concurrently. And if anybody's ran communities or ran guilds or done anything of the sort, you know there's a big difference between the number of people in your guild and the number of people who are online at any given time, right? Usually I find it to be about 10%. 20%, 30% whenever things have first released, but it quickly falls into that 10 to 20% realm. I imagine it's even... I have never ran an MMO. I have never ran a game company, so I don't know what those percentages and numbers look like for a game like this. But I would imagine that if you have 3,000 peak players, then you must have in the neighborhood of 30 to 60,000 players. How accurate that is, I don't know. That's just my guess. Yeah, it was quite recent. They let you put signs on boxes, which was thank the Lord that they added that. It was a nightmare before. People did rejoice. I want to be able to mark boxes in SC, no kidding. I would love if Star Citizen added signs for boxes. Death of a Spaceman is one of the most anticipated features, yeah. But yeah, Pax Dei is a full loot PvP game, much like Star Citizen intends to be, although we've kind of strayed from that in Star Citizen at the moment. I can't wait to get back. I think the key for full loot PvP to work is that the gear is easily replaced. I think that is a mistake that Ashes of Creation is making. To your question earlier, Expat Brat, about is there a reason for me to grind gear and improve my gear? Yes and no in PAX. Like, you can go grind dungeons and do all kinds of stuff and get the best relics and craft the best gear. It's actually quite time consuming to craft this stuff, but you will perform better in PvE. Like, if you're more PvE oriented and you keep running those dungeons, like, your efficiency will rise as you improve your gear. The problem is this is a full loot PvP game, so as soon as you go out and you PvP, you're not going to want to take your best gear, or, you know, your first death, you lose it all. I liken this to EVE Online, though, right? Like, if you think about EVE Online, you might have had a Nightmare or a Navy Dominix or some quite expensive ship that you would use to run incursions with or something along those lines, and you would not take that ship into PvP knowing that, you know, you're going to blow it up and there goes a billion ISK or whatever it is down the drain. Same thing here. Like, you know, if you're going out to PvP, probably don't want to take your best gear out. You don't want to risk it. Unlike EVE Online, this game does not have an insurance system, so there's that. And I hope that's how Star Citizen ends up. I hope that we're all willingly participating in PvP and losing all of our stuff because we can easily replace it, just like we could in EVE Online. That would be the best case scenario in my mind. And again, that's where I think Ashes might be going a little bit in the wrong direction, but we'll see. I mean, we'll see if it plays out for them. Ashes is going for a more complex flagging system to offset and incorporate like gear progression with a PvP game, which is interesting. They're not dropping your gear whenever you die, which, you know, I am concerned about the economy in that situation because that's a thing that keeps the economy going in EVE Online. I hope that's the thing that keeps the economy going in Star Citizen. It's certainly something that keeps the crafters hard at work in Pax Dei. So the fact that Ashes does not intend to drop gear on death is it's an interesting choice for a game that aims to be a sandbox with player-driven economies and locales and towns. I don't know how that's going to work. You know, people may think of a game like WoW, and you know, to its credit, WoW sustained a pretty dynamic player economy in spite of not dropping gear and all that kind of stuff. However, WoW never aimed to be a sandbox. It was very much a game built on resets, right? Like a seasonal game, where every month, every couple months, you know, the gear ticked up, kind of reset everybody's state. Everybody had to grind for the next new thing, and that's what kept the economy going in World of Warcraft. That vertical progression, the need to constantly grind for the new thing because your stuff just got outdated. I don't think Ashes wants to do that. I think Ashes wants to go more sandbox route, and more kind of player economy route and like horizontal progression, I think is Ashes' goals. But so doing that and not dropping gear is a really interesting and challenging position to place themselves in my opinion. I used to own copper resources on my server. Nice. I think PAX is missing some major progression systems, right? What's the endgame goal right now? Well, I guess it depends on what you mean by progression. Like, Pax Dei aims to be a pure sandboxy game with horizontal progression, so they don't intend to ever have vertical progression in Pax Dei. And so progression is really just about accumulation in a game like that. So I would say the end game goals in Pax Dei right now are accumulating resources. There is a shrine system in the PvP zone now. Lioness is the name of the PvP zone. So controlling territory out there is an end game goal, which requires constant input of new resources that you have to go out and PvP for. Kind of like, these are ex-EVE Online devs, right? And so they are bringing a lot of the concepts from EVE Online to the medieval universe. And I would equate Lioness to nullsec in EVE Online. You know, you could ask, like in EVE Online, what's the end game goal in EVE Online? Would be my question. The end game goal there is resource acquisition, right? Claiming sovereignty in a space, very much like claiming a shrine in Lioness at the moment. I used to use my high-level character and mount to farm and buy all copper and sell it for high prices on the auction house and dictate the pricing. Nice. When a new patch came out and everyone would respec crafting, I would win. Yeah. That's actually a really... Yeah, I imagine that worked out very well for you, expat. The only economic success I had in World of Warcraft was the release of... what What expansion was it? The one after Wrath of the Lich King. That came after Burning Crusade, right? They introduced Inscription, and I went hard on Inscription. I was like server first on like all the Inscription. It was actually me and one other person. And man, I dominated the market for, I don't know, felt like a month or two. I made so much gold at the time. It was insane. I bought all the best mounts and everything. It was pretty cool. That was my 2 minutes of fame in that game. Eve endgame was fan. Exactly. There you go. That's basically where these games are at right now, like Pax Day. Ashes has the problem with corruption baiting. It's not supposed to be as penalizing to your gear as it is right now. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, Ashes has a lot of problems it needs to solve with the corruption system, the player economy, crafting, and how it relates to not dropping gear. And there's no gear degradation. There's no lifetime of gear in Ashes right now. So like, you equip a sword and if you don't get corruption baited, you never are at risk of losing that sword. And I think long term, that's going to be a very hard thing to balance for a game that wants to be a sandbox game. I guess in Star Citizen, the end goal would be building a city in the distant future, or a huge factory complex. Yeah, 2010, I think. In Star Citizen, it's going to be spaceports, right? Or ground bases. You know, maybe building a ground base with a geostational orbital station overhead. I mean, the point is in these sandbox games, the player defines the goal. I think that's the important bit. Because it's not every player is going to want to build a space station. Some players are going to be happy just cornering the market on something, or being renowned for being the best starship mechanic, or the best Idris pilot, or you know what I mean. There's so many goals that could be viable in a game like Star Citizen that, and I think that's what any sandbox game should strive for, is player defined goals. Star Citizen will need Dune levels of blueprint and item degradation to last. Yeah. Devs need to give us tools to make our own endgame. Exactly. I think the biggest thing they can give us is breadth. Just build this massively wide universe with endless possibilities and let us decide where we want to make our mark. Or a caught by a stream. Exactly, St. Patrick D. Never take off my helmet in public in Star Citizen. Do you have a character that looks like you? I finally do. Some gentleman was kind enough to host a competition and put me on there, and so I had some people create a couple avatars, and I downloaded one of them, and that's what I use now. I love it. Because I'm very bad at the avatar things in these games. I'm no good. We do a lot to make our own fun right now. Imagine when it's bigger. Exactly. It's not too far off, Wolf. I mean, the problem right now is that there's no reason to do a lot of these things, right? Like, there's no reason to go mining. There's no reason to go salvaging. There's no reason to do much of anything other than the experience of doing it. Learning how to get better at it, improving, becoming more efficient. Those are the reasons to do things right now, but nothing connects. And with crafting right around the corner, and hopefully base building not too far off in the distant future, I think those are the kinds of things we're going to finally get that start to tie all this together, which is huge. Problem is that SC has more and more tried to lock players into specific win states and game types. In my opinion, it rarely works. Yeah, I agree. I think that would be the wrong direction for the game to take. Hathor was good. I enjoyed Hathor. But and I've said this repeatedly throughout this year, but like these on-rail experiences, like I call Hathor, the Worm, all that kind of stuff, I call them on-rail experiences, and it's not what I'm here for. They're fun, but I'm hoping that these are just kind of test runs at introducing this type of content into an actual sandbox environment. Like if Hathor exists and people are interacting with it as they wish, or the worm, like whenever Star System 1.0, I would rather us not say, hey, let's go do the worm, and we go to a location and we do a series of steps and we engage the worm. That feels like a raid boss and something like WoW. I really don't want the game to feel that way. I would rather be out mining on some desert planet and the worm surprise attack me. That's what I want. We're imagining things again. We have done this for more than a decade now. What are we imagining? Yeah. I can replay that over and over with certain parts taking priority in my day. The worm was very unroused. Yeah, exactly. Dynamic in-world events, that's what we want. That's the holy grail. Yeah. Yeah, we don't want an amusement park maze. Yeah, I want to be, I want to get too aggressive with my mining and pay the price by waking up the worm. Yeah, let's go hunt worms. I'm cool with that too. Like, you know, go drop bombs from an A2 and try to wake the worm up. That'd be fun. Ah, I see your point, Wolf. Yeah. Let's go hunt worms, not the worm. Exactly. That's another good way of putting it. I think with Doom Awakening's launch, they chickened out of the Daymar worm. I think the lawyers got scared. Could be. The Grollo dug too deedly and too deep. Exactly. Hey, serious fun. Glad you popped by, man. But yeah. Exactly. One second. But those worms exist in the science fiction world as goblins exist in thousands of other tales. Often in Star Citizen, I have fun problem solving bug workarounds because it feels like things go off script. Yeah, back to your earlier question, Expat, about what I enjoy in this game, which we're kind of just getting at right now naturally. But yeah, I play on a weekly basis. I like the sandbox stuff. I'm here for the systems, not the content, if that makes sense. I'm not here for Wicklow and worms and stuff like that. I'm here to interact with the environment around me and kind of make my own goals, my own fun. Like, you know, one day I'll get a bug up my butt and I'll be like, I want to be a trader, and I'll run cargo missions, or I'll do you know, I'll purchase high or low, sell high, that kind of thing. Next day I'll just want to do salvaging, like on the ground. I'll go to ground facilities, maybe do some FPS stuff and scour the area, see how much salvage I can bring back. Those are the kinds of things I enjoy doing in the game. I don't really have a desire to go get Wicklow rewards or anything of that sort, if that makes sense. And so I'm looking forward to more systems coming online. Like when crafting comes in, guaranteed I'll be back in the mining seat. I haven't done that in a while. I used to love mining. Very chill, relaxing thing to do. But, you know, it still keeps you, like, engaged. That's one thing I love about Star Citizen's systems is, like, they're all active. They're all engaging. Like, compare mining and something like EVE Online where you just watch your lasers go to mining in Star Citizen. It's night and day, right? Like, in Star Citizen, I gotta keep my attention on the task at hand, or I can just blow myself up. I love that. But those are the types of things I enjoy. My poor audience has to listen to me banging on about my want for systems daily. Yeah, sorry. Well, I'm going to repeat it, expat. Yeah, I mean, I said that at the start of 2025. Like, a lot of people were screaming for stability, playability, and of course, CIG came out and said that was going to be their focus this year. And I said, that's good, but it has its own cons associated with it, right? And like, we were going to get much less system work as a result, and of course, we saw that. So I'm very hopeful that 2026, and it sounds like it's going to be a change back to more systems and feature work, less of a focus on the playability, stability. I'm here for it. I want the systems. I want to see engineering polished up. I want to see crafting come in. I want to see progress on base building. I want to see hacking. I want to see data running. I want to see updates to the scanning system, the inventory system. Like, I want to see all that. All the systems work is what I'm here for. Having a home, going out and gathering, crafting, improving your ship, home, gear, building an org base, working together, all the things. Yes, that's the kind of systems I'm talking about, Ark. That's what we need. That's what's going to keep us in the game for, you know, multiple hours every day rather than a couple hours here and there. This year was, hey, Torsten, engineering. We're going to buy you some time. Hey, Squadron, we're going to buy you some time, yeah. Big chunk of the team will come over to SC from Squadron 42 or not. A lot of people say that 2010. Can I show my 2026 wish list again? Yeah, I'll show it here in a second. Please, CIG, bring back wear and tear to engineering. 100% Solace. 100%. As far as the Squadron 42 to... this was my 2026 wish list. Actually, it wasn't my wish list. This was my 2026 prediction that I made at the end of 2024, Patrick. So, this is old. I don't know if you could see whenever I published this, but yeah, 11 months ago I published this. You can see. So, this is not up to date. Now, one of the things I had intended to do in this stream was to update this. But then, of course, Expat was kind enough to bring a bunch of people in here, and then we've been chatting about a bunch of other stuff, and I think that's way better. I can go back and update this anytime. But when it comes to Squadron 42, moving people from that project to Star Citizen, I think it's going to have less of an impact at this point than people think, because I think if Squadron 42 had back-end systems type developers, I think they would have already moved over to Star Citizen. I could be wrong on that, so don't quote me. I could be wrong. But my perception is that the kind of polish work that is going on in Squadron 42 right now is very detailed, very like last mile focused, right? Like, it's very different. Like, developing a feature, getting it to a usable state, and then putting endless amounts of polish on that so that your customer has the most insanely great experience possible. Those are two very different types of work. And I would expect the people that are doing that type of work on Squadron 42 right now, they will probably be the kind of people that move into doing asset work in Star Citizen. And so from that point of view, like, I definitely think that we will see increased bandwidth on asset creation in Star Citizen. And maybe like higher level like closer to the client functions, maybe being polished and smoothed over. I guess we'd see some of that, but I don't think we're gonna like see a huge influx to the server meshing team or you know, the engineering team, or you know, those types of things. I'd be surprised. Again, I could be wrong, but so increased bandwidth, yes, but massively increased bandwidth in like some of the core systems, I don't know. I don't think so. Big management misunderstands people want for gameplay to mean make us Disney rides and huge quest markers to follow. I don't know, but that's not gameplay to me. I'm 100% with you, Expat. I don't want that kind of gameplay. And I really hope they're not going in that direction. Star Citizen has always felt more sandbox oriented to me. I'm hoping that the Disney rides that we're seeing right now are just what they can deliver with the talent they have available, and the infrastructure that they have available to build on. I'm hoping what this is we are seeing them to deliver basically test runs of content that they will eventually turn into more like less theme park ride and more pervasive capabilities, if I'm making any sense. So I'm hoping they're starting narrow on something that they're going to broaden later on. That's my hope. And it makes sense to do it this way from a funding perspective, right? We saw the results this year. Funding went that way as they gave us quest markers. So, but hopefully, I have faith that Chris's goals have not changed, and those goals will continue to drive the direction of the project. Yeah, exactly. A funnel for testing to allow it to get out into the world later. Exactly. 100%. That's what I'm trying to convey, Expat. Surely there are the 40 some odd hours of gameplay story they want to run new people through. Yeah. My concern with Disney rides is the culture and backgrounds of some of the higher ups leaning towards EA and Ubisoft School of Game Dev. Yeah, that's the opposite of what we want to see Osmond tell. I like wear and tear, but I didn't like 10 rounds causing 2% damage to my laser gun. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, we need a wear and tear system for sure, but it has to be so minor that like natural usage of your components lasts you, I don't know, month, 2 months, 3 months, something on those time frames. I don't want to have to be replacing my my brake pads every day. You know what I mean? There's 2010. You predicted 20 years in 2014, by the way. That would take us to 2034. I don't know if you're going to be too far off. Right now, I'm saying 2029, 2030. That's my prediction. 2010. That's a good one though. Quick poll in chat. Predicted year for 1.0. I would love to see the responses. %, on building a game versus a universe 2010. From what we've seen over the last few sitcoms, I have a hard time believing Disney rides are going to be abundant. Yeah, I don't think so, Wolf. I really don't think so. I really think that this is a temporary measure to start testing capabilities of the platform, and one that is smartly delivered to increase funding. Star Citizen last year, trying to appeal to the gamer crowd, was like an old man dressing like a teenager trying to fit in with the hip cool dudes. Oh, that's great, Expat. 2028, bold. 2030? 2077, that's just rude. 2028, 2029? Oof. 2030-ish? Okay. Okay. Nobody's going too far out. You say that in the same year they did a sit down talking to us about instancing, yeah? Star Citizen will be the gateway from cyberpunk dystopia at 2077. I mean, I've put out videos on this channel. I'm very bold and very I don't know what's the word I'm looking for. I'm very optimistic on Star Citizen's future from a player base standpoint. I think that, you know, I've said this on Tomatoes talks and on my own videos that, like, I think at some point in Star Citizen's trajectory, it's going to make most other games look pretty minor in comparison. I do think that Star Citizen is going to be the first of a new breed of game. I think Ready Player One might be a little dramatic, but I mean, you know, the bones are there. That's all I'm saying. Like, this could be the game that really stitches together very diverse types of players into one platform and universe. And I think today most people underestimate the possibility of that. As far as the instancing goes, yeah, I'm with you. I mean, nobody wants to hear instancing and Star Citizen, but it goes back to the layering thing, expat. Like, I think it's just a cost of doing business and a reality that we're gonna have to get comfortable with. Like, they want to instance that bar because they don't want 500 people in the bar for two reasons: one, poor user experience; two, the servers can't handle it. So they're going to need instancing for the same reason they need layering. Now, how they use the instancing is a totally different question, and I think that overuse of it is definitely going to push us more towards theme park, which nobody wants. I don't want to see us go there either. But at the same time, like, I also understand the desire to offer, like, a curtailed player experience in some aspects. Like, for example, tutorial. You know, when a player logs into the game for the first time, I could see wanting an instance tutorial where they can't be immediately subverted by other players to make that onboarding experience terrible. I could see puzzles in the ASD facilities or whatever, like not wanting players to jack those up all the time and wanting to offer players like a walkthrough. At the same time, you could ask the question like, well, why even have like puzzles and stuff like that? Like, that's very theme park ridey, and you're not wrong. I think it's a balancing act that they're gonna have to. I mean, they're gonna have to walk that fine line. I don't pretend to know the exact perfect balance. You know, it's like EVO Online. There's so much of EVO Online was a sandbox, but you definitely had curtailed experiences like incursions, right? Where players could go out and they could find that PvE content that was pretty much isolated from the sandbox content. Small amounts of that curtailed experiences I think will be all right, but I'm hoping they leave most of that to the Arena Commander style system, which will eventually be accessible again. I understand it was accessible before my time, but accessible again from the PU. I would expect that to be the equivalent of our battlegrounds, and I hope most of the curtailed experiences happen there. Biggest hurdle with SC we'll have is overcoming the engine limitations in time. Yeah. And when is the next engine overhaul, and does it happen with this version of Star Citizen? Yeah, I think... What do you mean by this version of Star Citizen, expat? Each year the development picks up steam. We're getting closer and closer. Yeah. We'll be playing Star Citizen with our VR headsets in the old folks' home with smiles on our faces, guys. Dude, I hope so, expat. I keep saying, like, that's my idea of retirement. Give me like that neural implant thing and just jack me into the verse whenever I'm too old to move. Players want instancing, they just don't know. Players want instancing. They just don't want to know about it. That is very true, Chrome. Where it presents, make it relatively seamless and integrated. Yeah, 100%. That's where they need to take instancing, no doubt. What would be great is a mix of both, give players choices. Is always a good thing, yeah. Yeah, I'm very pro player choice, but I also want the universe to be consistent, so you gotta have that balance. Kind of feels like we're at a tipping point of how come CIG didn't just make the game 5 years ago, to how come CIG can't make this game as big as I want it to be. I think that we've probably been there all along, Wolf. As in our ships, these universes? Or do they go with a whole new game? Oh, I don't think they will ever... I don't think there will ever be a Star Citizen 2. I think CIG is fully committed to a perpetual experience. That's what I get from Chris's messaging and all the other messaging we've gotten from CIG, that they expect this game to just grow organically and consistently over time. I think that all new additions to the engine will just come into the existing engine. I think the universe will just continue to grow. You know, we're starting at 5 systems. I think that you know, years after launch, we'll see the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, the 9th, the 10th. They'll just continue to add. Once this game is like 1.0 in my mind is really MVP. That's the minimal viable product for Star Citizen, and that's just the starting line. I think it'll just continue to grow from there. Like at that Bar Citizen that Chris did in China, whenever they were asked the question, are we ever going to get fishing and farming? You know, and Chris was like, yes, eventually, but not with 1.0. And I think that's the level and grand scale that we are talking here, where 1.0 is just the beginning. After 1.0, you're going to see many more systems coming online. You're going to see additional features, additional, and when I say systems, I mean Star systems, but we're also going to see additional gameplay systems like farming and fishing and, you know, all that. It's interesting. I was looking at the tracker. I want to know if you guys had any thoughts on this. Speaking of farming and fishing, one of the things they had listed in the Star Citizen 1.0 category was, where was it? It was something about jobs, or let me find it here. Because I don't remember them talking about this. Here, new player professions. Addition of new player professions to the persistent universe, such as builder, crafter, explorer, athlete, and more. Does anybody know what they're talking about here? Is this like something on my character sheet that says I'm builder level 5? Or is this just like an abstract concept based on new systems in the game and what I choose to do? Pretty much consider Alpha 3.0 as SC 2.0. Many people talk about their perpetual dev of SC and that it will never be finished. I kind of hope it never complete, so to speak. Yeah, that's exactly what I think, expat. I don't think it's ever going to be done. I think it'll be perpetually developed. I think we already have games being perpetually developed, right? I think Star Citizen will become the highest fidelity game to be perpetually developed, and I think it's going to have profound ramifications for the gaming industry and for players. But it's not going to be the first. Look at how long EVE Online and World of Warcraft have been developed. I mean, these are over 2 decades in, and they're not finished, right? They're still expanding and growing. It's been nice to hear that they seem to have settled on what 1.0 will be and focused on that, those feature systems, so they can get 1.0 launched. I agree. It's guild-based. Well, if I remember from sitcoms past, it's the skill systems, perhaps. I think it's the guilds. Talked about characters getting better at something, and the more you practice it, maybe that could be it. I think it means we get those contracts and new guilds. Yeah, I could see that. I do remember the skill thing that Expat and Oswaldo are talking about. I remember them saying that they wanted a character who did something repeatedly to be better at it than somebody that didn't. I am not a fan of that. I personally want to see skill in Star Citizen always mapped to IRL skills. Like, my ability to fly my ship is as good as my ability to work my stick and my throttle, right? My ability to mine is as good as my ability to monitor that mining laser and react to changes in the rock stability. I want everything to map to my real life hand-eye coordination skill. I'm not a fan of numbers when it comes to like player capabilities. I think that just silos players based on time in an unnatural way. And I want to be able to group with a new player who has just entered the game and go out and do something fun with them. I don't want to ever be in a point where I'm like, well, you're going to have to go increase your skill before you can group with the, the old time players over here. Like, I do not want that in the game. That drives me crazy. It's one of the big missteps Pax Dei made, because in Pax Dei's early access, that's how it was. And then right before launch, they introduced all these systems that made it like numerically impossible for somebody to wield a high-end weapon. Yuck. I don't want Star Citizen to go that route. Yeah. A skill system would ruin SD. I completely agree, Solace. I don't want to see it. So I'm hoping that what this is what 2010 is talking about, where this represents guilds and contracts available, so that if I consider myself an athlete or an explorer, like, I could increase reputation with certain guilds that were things in game that give me more access to more of those types of contracts. That I would be all right with. That I would be excited about. There's a difference between skill lockouts and minor skill benefits optimization. Yeah, that's a good point, Chrome. But I haven't seen many games implement minor skill benefits optimization. And it could just be because I haven't played them. Arc Raiders manages its skills well. They are 5% bonuses at max skill. Very nice. A very little buff earned over time. Not enough to break the game, but enough for you to want to play longer. Okay. I could see something like that. Now, the only problem I have with something like that is that as players, we tend to want to over-optimize. It's the same reason for a long time, if you've heard my streams and my videos, I often rant about multi-crew versus solo flying ships, right? Like, I don't want to live in a world where solo piloting an Idris in a fleet battle is a good thing or a viable thing at all, honestly, because let's just say a max crewed Idris is 10 people, and a solo crewed Idris is obviously one person. If in order for it to balance out, like, that one person Idris has to be less than 10% as effective as a fully crewed Idris. And it's the same reasoning because of players' desire to optimize. If the solo crewed Idris is 10% or more effective as a fully crewed 10-person Idris, then organizations conducting these huge fleet battles are going to do nothing but one-person Idrises, right? Even though there's, yeah, you could talk about like boarding and all that stuff, but I'm factoring all that in when I say as effective. Because if we both have 50 players and you're bringing 5 Idrises at me, but I can field 50 against you by doing solo piloting, like that 5 has to be able to beat 50 Idrises, or else we're all just going to field 50 Idrises, right? Because of players' desire to optimize and win. And so for the same reason, even small bonuses can you'll sometimes see the culture like accommodate that in unwanted ways. Like you might have players running one of these instanced facilities that we were just talking about, and you'll see messages in global chat like must have 5% skills, right? Because they're going to use that 5% as a measurement of a player's ability. Like if you haven't put in the time to get that 5%, you're not cut out for our group. You know what I mean? It's not because the 5% makes a huge difference. It's because it becomes a yardstick for the time that you invested in your character, and that will become the thing that limits you from content. I don't either, Chrome. I run all my own groups. I don't have to worry about this thing, but there is a type of player that has to worry about this thing. The solo player that joins in and they're just in the looking for group system and they're trying to get content and they're facing these yardstick groups, right? Like, I'm not worried about it. I'm never going to encounter that. Because I play with existing people. And the answer could be, well, go find a group, right? Go find a guild. There's a lot of players that they're going to suffer because of it. And maybe that's just the cost. I don't know, but that's why I'm not a fan. It's one of the reasons I'm not a fan of these types of things. What are you raising your hand about, Wolf? Yes, there's always going to be toxic people, I agree. But my question would be like, is the benefit of that 5% buff like worth that con? Like there's pros and cons to everything, right? Everything's a trade-off. I say that all the time on this channel. Is that trade-off worth it? Wolf's a solo player, there you go. Wolf would deal with the yardstick players. You'd argue that a progression system's worth it? Could be. Could be. Is it feasible to have a gunnery person on an Idris? A guy downstairs to load and maintain the gun so it does not explode, etc.? How fractured can they make the gameplay of firing an Idris? I wish, expat. I would like to see the firing of that Idris gun integrate with engineering in some way. So like if you have an engineer on there, they can do things to like reduce the cooldown of the gun. Like maybe a solo pilot can only fire the gun every 30 seconds, but with engineering support and stuff, like you could get that cooldown to like every 2 seconds or something. I think something like that would be cool. Yeah, reloading. Exactly. That's also a good point. X-Pack, can they make it fun to be anyone other than the pilot? I think they can. I know a lot of people in our group, they don't want to fly. They want to be turret gunners. They want to be engineers. A lot of people don't want the responsibility of being a pilot. So, in a way, they might have already achieved it. Now, is it fun long term? That's a totally different thing. Like, I've been a I've been in the gunner position for lengths of time already, and it can get really boring, no doubt. Um, I think they solve it with things to do on the ship, right? Like we were talking about this just a couple weeks ago. Like, we need stand down time. Like, people can't be expected to be in the gun, eyes on the sky all the time. Like that kind of heightened level of awareness can like wear on you after a while. And I think people need to be able to get out of the gun, walk around the ship, and do things. So I think the solution is things like bringing those arcade machines to life, bringing the pool tables to life, bringing the kitchen to life. Bringing the cooking profession. Speaking of new player professions, bring that stuff into the game. Let players go into the kitchen, prepare meals that give temporary buffs to the other players on board. All that kind of stuff. I think that's how you keep people engaged. Make living on the ship enjoyable. We used to have long QT travel. People complained. I know. I want to bring long QT travel back, but not until being on the ship is fun. Used to have expensive QT full. People complain. Yeah, you're not wrong, expat. I'll sit in turret or carry a repair tool any day of the week over being the pilot. There you go. Basketball field. Yeah, that's another wild one too. There's a side of SC that just want to play now, immediately go. I have 1 hour. Yeah, that's fair, expat. And that's a lot of people's gripes, right? Like, a lot of people don't have 8 hours to sink into the game on a given day, or even 4 hours. And I mean, but I think that's where Arena Commander comes in. I don't think we should dumb the game down to the point where you can get in there and seeing action in like 10 minutes or less. I think it's just like World of Warcraft back in the day, right? Like, if that was what you wanted and you wanted immediate action, you queued into a battleground. I think in Star Citizen you queue into Arena Commander. Also, expat, I'm very sorry for the bot. I need to disable that bot. I don't know why it hates capital letters. No harm, no foul, expat. I gotta go try to turn him off. It's just the defaults of that Botrix thing I was talking about earlier. It's really annoying. Chrome Dome. Well, if turret blades are like 50 to 75% of a player, that's perfect. Players can do what they want, but they sit. Yes, Carol, we need to counsel people like us to sit in CID and remind them how many of us there are out there. I agree. Well, I don't like the 50 to 75% Chrome. Again, the solo Idris has to be as effective as a fully crewed Idris divided by the number of players of the fully crewed Idris. I know we talked about that up above. Some of the comments I wasn't able to keep up on, but I pray to Roberts that why can't the game be over already sentiment that pervades gaming everywhere is given space in Arena Commander and doesn't shape PU development. Yeah, 100% agree. Let that to Arena Commander. Instant gratification belongs in Arena Commander. I'm concerned that the Ubisoft hires have advised the game style that is designed to appeal to mass market when this niche has let them raise $1 billion. That is very well said. What is this Ubisoft hires? I must be outdated on this news. Is there something I'm missing? Are they in prominent positions? I'm Googling. Nothing's popping up for me. Fill me in. Oh, Turbulent was Ubisoft. I didn't know that. I had no idea. Wow. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, on one hand, like, as the founder, like, Chris's vision needs to be what anchors this project. But he definitely needs somebody tempering him against reality so that something can be shipped. So I guess my hope is that Ubisoft is that, or not Ubisoft, that Turbulent is that temperament, but it doesn't significantly change the backbone of this project. Internally, I've heard that they have words for how some of those guys speak. Ubisoft speak. Apparently very corporate. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I'm sure that's a shock for CIG, who was built, like, on the fly and by the community. Like, that's pretty crazy. Think about it. Be interested to see what their player count target is post 1.0 launch. Are they looking to remain at backer level numbers or expand that number to a broader market? I mean, I don't know what their 1.0. I mean, that's a very good question. I don't know. Like, in that video I did that I called Star Citizen the first game for everyone, like, I was kind of raising that question. Like, I don't know if CIG even understands what they're creating, right? I don't know if CIG is undershooting or overshooting. I really don't know. It would be really interesting to be a fly on the wall inside and listen to some of those discussions. Turbulent merger had some ramifications internally and is not outwardly discussed. Oh, I'm sure it did. I mean, there was a lot of upheaval in the higher levels of the company during the Turbulent merger, wasn't there, expat? Citizen in game, salute back at you. Certain people were elevated? Yeah. I thought somebody actually got let go during that time, too. Well, well. Yeah, we still play Pax Day. We were talking about that, I don't know how long you've been here, but we were talking about it quite a bit a few minutes ago. A change of culture that has produced results, to be fair. Yeah. That's what I mean by the temperament. I think the year of playability, as much as it did not appeal to me, I think was good. As a way of showing the broader market that they can deliver and they can start to make this into a game. So it could be a good thing to get some more of that blood into the company that kind of tempers technical realities with lofty ambitions. Yeah. Again, I don't want Chris to ever pull back from the ambition that he has, because that's why we have sunk all of the money in this project. But I do think that it deserves to be tempered into a product now, one that can evolve and grow into the eventual dream, right? Like, I don't think that we have to wait for our technology to progress to the point of being able to fully capture what Chris wants to build. I think we can start at a reasonable point that is 1.0 and build to the ultimate vision from there over time. And so some of this might be very good. Seems like playability works for CIG, but the players don't see and feel it the same way they do. So, yeah, I mean, some players are going to see it that way, some aren't. They need to understand and embrace what their core gameplay is at the end of the day. They need to keep it a bit more hardcore. 100% agreed. Let it be something people need to go at. 100% agreed. Couldn't agree more on that. They need to stick with your performance in game mapping to your actual skill at controlling the game, not imaginary numbers. It is hard to ignore a number going up, though. Very hard to ignore a number going up. How complex Star Citizen is? What about the stretch goal of private servers? Too good to be true? I think it is too good to be true. I don't see how they... It's a really interesting conundrum as something that they committed to in the Kickstarter, but I don't see how they deliver it. Maybe like... Yeah, I was just gonna say that, expat. Maybe private arena commander style something or other. Yeah. Citizen in game, you've been here the same amount of time as me. 317. Yep, that's when I joined. The architecture would be interesting on a private server. Well, one thing to keep in mind is that the architecture has been single server for quite some time. Like the hybrid service. Like they're just now getting to the point of breaking that apart. So you could imagine if they did rent private servers, it would probably continue to run the hybrid service model, but again, I can't see them hosting the universe on a private server. I don't know. A guild base required. I mean, that would be, yeah, that would be wild. It's possible that they do like some like super far future post 1.0 thing where private server takes on a whole nother meaning, like kind of what you're talking about, expat, where like you host your own moon or planet. Like, that would be wild. Or maybe you have a private server for your space station. You know, who knows? I could see some far future thing like that, but that would be post 1.0. It would be feels like they're gonna have to do something since they made the commitment, but I really don't know what it's gonna look like. Something like that, or squadron, or not squadron. Something like that, or something Arena Commander centric. I think the Daymar Rally, Daymar Rally needs multiple servers. If Test Squadron existed on a server, taxed us all out. I want them to pay. Yeah, that's a good point. Let the big orcs pay. Me and my shack in the woods should be free. Yeah, that's fair. Oh man. Back to 2026. Yeah. Definitely gonna have to refine this with all the new happenings. Reputation stuff, I think we're all in agreement. Not gonna be there. Law and security, I don't see that happening anytime soon. That is gonna be quite the undertaking. I'm thinking about all the things they need, and it kind of blows me away that Chris Roberts said 2027 or 2028. People remember him saying that? And you're looking at the list of things and like law and security, I can't even imagine happening this year. Like maybe, yeah, I don't even know. Like I think base building is barely gonna make it in this year, if at all. Law and security, you're probably, I don't know, it feels so far off. Like maybe 2027, 20, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about 2027, 2028, guys. I'm feeling 2029, 2030 a lot more. Now, with that said, I mean, they have been putting a ton of work into NPC and AI stuff, so it could be that that's paving the way for the law and security stuff that they want to do. I would imagine that they are kind of on the same track. I think we'll be getting persistent halves before base building. That's what I was talking about at the very beginning of this stream, James. That's why I originally had that on my 2025 list. Obviously, that was a big miss and a whiff. So I could see that being what we get this year, but you know, I'm just kind of rolling forward to prediction at that point. Yeah, at one point, I don't even know where. I just remember it circulating in the news, Wolf, about Chris Roberts throwing out the possibility of 2027 or 2028 as a release for Star Citizen. Got a lot of press coverage. Yeah. There's a lot of things. They also have that new ship they were just talking about. I forget the name of it, but the one with the it's going to be kind of a, what's their new category thing? The Clipper, the Generalist. They have that new Generalist ship they were talking about that had the mining capabilities in the legs. I can't remember what year they were targeting for that thing. I don't think that was 2026. Maybe it was. It was like the Pioneer, but it's a different one. There's a new Generalist ship that's going to have that leg mining capability. I forget what it's called. But that kind of subsurface mining feature, I can see that also being a stepping stone towards like hab placement, base building. It seems to me that the systems that are going to need to develop for kind of that planetary scanning and like figuring out where the resources are and all that stuff is very close or very similar in nature to a lot of the stuff they're going to have to do for building and hab placement on planets. I could be off, but it feels at least in the same realm of, you want a 400 size generalist? Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I would love to see an Origin generalist. It's my new favorite class of ship. There's someone talking about Star Citizen is actually slowing down Squadron 42 release. I think they're right. Star Citizen needs to be 2-ish or a few-ish years after Squadron 42 launched to capitalize on the buzz. Yeah, I was saying that from, I don't know if I'm the only person saying that, but I've said that for quite a while, that I think I would want, I haven't said that they're slowing it down, but I have said that I would want Star Citizen to be in a very playable state by the time Squadron launched to help capitalize on the buzz. I'm thinking I announce Star Citizen is in beta whenever Squadron 42 launches. That would be my goal if I were running the business. Because otherwise, yeah, it's such a missed opportunity. You definitely want all those people coming in for Squadron 42 and experiencing, assuming the experience is phenomenal, you want them to have some place to go, right? So I don't think Star Citizen has to be done, but I think it has to be pretty damn playable to really capitalize on that launch. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Within 1 year, yeah, maybe. Be better if it was sooner, but yeah. 1 year after Squadron launch, that could make sense. They're also planning multiple Squadron releases, right? Like chapters. That's another reason I don't see like all Squadron 42 people moving off of Squadron and onto Star Citizen as soon as Squadron launches. I would imagine that they'll almost immediately start work on the next chapter of Squadron. So it could be that like they view this release as the primer for Star Citizen beta, and maybe the next release corresponds with launch. Who knows? I mean, who knows what they're thinking? Key techs they need for beta in a year. Dynamic server meshing, definitely. Starkitect Genesis, definitely. So you're not talking about systems, you're talking about technologies. They need to break the hybrid up into multiple individual services in order to pave the way for dynamic meshing and all that. I don't think they have completed that breakup yet. They have a very clear, straightforward path for dynamic meshing as an evolution from static, so that feels very well within reach. Really, nothing feels out of reach. Let's look here. This site is amazing at putting all this stuff in one place. Replication layer, which is part of busting the hybrid service out into discrete services. I don't know what the difference between V2 and V1 on dynamic server meshing is. Yeah, I don't think that's definitely not a requirement for going live. The Entity Authority Load Balancer. Huh, layers is on here. I did not know that. They're definitely going to need that as an escape hatch. Yeah, there's a lot of things on the technology list that are not listed on this thing. But, yeah, the site is awesome. I do think it's going to have a massive positive impact on the inventory issues, Chrome. No doubt. Persistence in general. That and dynamic server meshing are going to be like the two biggest noticeable impacts to the average daily experience for players, in my opinion. Maelstrom. I don't know, man. The way they've been talking about Maelstrom, like they want it sooner than later. But a requirement? No. I mean, there's probably a lot of things we could throw out as required for a beta. Yeah, especially if you're framing this in terms of beta. Yeah, Maelstrom definitely not required. Honestly, I wouldn't even say Planetech V5 is required, except for the fact that we're not going to get the next planets without it. I think the things we need for beta, which it's funny because if you watch this entire video of the slide that I'm looking at, that's how this line of thinking is how I came up with this list, knowing that Squadron 42 is going to be coming out at the end of 2026, and that we would want Star Citizen as a variable playable state by the time it launched. That's how I came up with these items on my list here. And I really don't think we need a whole lot of feature-wise beyond that. So whatever technology is required by these features is what we need for the beta release. The really important thing that we need for beta is crafting, base building, and a more intuitive player experience. So the org tools, the social tools, the ability to like choose which shard you're loading into. These are the things that I can think are very important for a beta release, because you're not gonna, I don't know if the average MMO player would understand like the friend-based shard selection that we got going on now, maybe. But the really important thing is connecting the systems. Like coming into play a beta, I want there to be a reason to go mine. I want there to be a reason to go salvage. Right? And as soon as you have a reason to do those things, you automatically have a reason to do all the other things. Fight, missions, FPS, all that stuff. Yeah. Yeah, you could be right. On the Planet Tech thing. I've been playing with a friend who backed the Kickstarter, but hasn't played much. The main pain point for him is the terrible inventory interface and the map. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one, Zach. The map has been so painful. Even after the great rework they did on it, it continues to be excruciatingly painful to use. I don't. It's like we need another rework already. I mean, it looks good, but my gosh, it's not usable at all. True, economy and crafting required. I was throwing that into Quanta or StarSim, I guess now. Yeah. Yeah. In my mind, those are the most important things for beta. Because I don't think the kind of player that you get from um, rolling out of the Squadron 42 release is the kind of player that's going to put up with all the stuff that we're putting up with now, right? Like, why do I want to go mining? Like, they're not just going to do it for the fun of it. Maybe once or twice, but like, that's going to quickly age out. Better than it was, but still bad. Yeah, I constantly get the issues. Like, I'm trying to plot a course, and I'll fly to like the first waypoint, and it'll just forget my course. Like, it won't highlight the next thing. I got to go back in. I got to clear my course. I got to set it again. It's so annoying. Really bad. And the zoom out is terrible. Like, you try to zoom in a little bit, and it'll zoom you way too far in, and then you try to zoom out, and all of a sudden you're looking at like multiple star systems. It's like, man, needs to be a lot better in a lot of ways. Yeah, yeah, totally, Zach. Um, After watched them do their Squadron 42 demo, who wants to sit in the turret for 20 minutes plus? Yeah. Yeah, that goes back to making the ships fun. I agree with the energy. I think the thing they need to do is just make the ships fun to be on. That's the answer. Like, people have been quick to say multi-crew is not going to work because sitting in a turret is boring, but I don't think you need to make sitting in a turret exciting. I think you need to be being on a ship exciting. You know, bring the arcade machines to life, bring the pool tables to life, make the kitchens usable, let people cook meals, let people go use the exploration terminals, you know, let people RP in them. Like, let people watch the TVs, let people, do whatever. Make the ships entertaining. Watching someone else sit in the turret is the next level of boring, yeah, right? And people have been on my stream and watched me sit on a turret before, and I thank you for that, guys. But I tend to have conversations and alt tab out. Map and inventory issues aside, we have been having fun in Ox. Wish we could get res on site instead of having to fly back from Majini, though. Yeah. It was also a prologue, so I wasn't supposed to be the height of gameplay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm with you. I was checking this out before the stream. Some other things coming up soon. The inventory rework that you're talking about right now, Zach, that's ending in January. So hopefully we see that in our hands sometime near the end of Q1. That would be amazing. It's interesting that they have engineering and crafting wrapping up around the same time, which hopefully means that we're going to see those sometime mid-year. Crafting in our hands. Well, I mean, we already have engineering in our hands, but there's a few things remaining on that front. Yeah, what are the missing things in engineering right now? I think oxygen. That's not in, right? A couple other things. So definitely they're going to be iterating on that some more. And then, I mean, crafting's going to be huge. It's definitely a precursor to beta. Command module. I can't wait for this one, man. That's finishing up in February, so again, that could be in our hands end of Q1, beginning of Q2. Depending. That's going to allow us things like the Drake Caterpillar, that little module that you fly. Yeah, oxygen filters. Yeah, exactly. Be able to finally detach that command module from the Caterpillar, and that also sets the stage for the other big ship coming out, the other Drake ship. The hell is that? You know what I'm talking about. The name's escaping my mind at the moment. Inventory rework. Those are the big. I'm just looking at the core. What do they call it? The core gameplay components here. I have everything else filtered out, so those are the big things on the roadmap short term. Ironclad. Yes, that's the one. Thank you. Oh, that's guessed for a May release. Well, that would make sense that the command module's finishing up in February then. That would seem to put that in the game just in time for the Ironclad. Yep. I'm excited for that ship. It'll be interesting to see if the Caterpillar gets it at the same time, or if the implementation of that in the Caterpillar is delayed. But very cool new system. Anybody here play Ashes or Pax? You want your Liberator? I want my Liberator too. Liberator looks like a cool ship. Invictus 27? Oh my gosh. They just started on the Kraken, right? Both what, Chrome? You play both? I didn't know that. Are you saying it started on both ships? Oh, wow. There you go. I mean, the Liberators, you play everything. The Liberator, I would expect we see before the Kraken, so that'll be our first open-air carrier, right? Apparently playing Project Silverfish. Gotcha. Yeah, I did ask if anybody played Pax or Ashes. I only got a little bit of time left here before I got to jump, but those were the other two things I wanted to touch on for 2025, 2026. I'd hope to see that before the Kraken. It's half the size, yeah, right? But might have to save that. We'll see. Anybody playing the current phase 3 of Alpha 2 on Ashes? It's been pretty impressive to watch the evolution on this game. The goals they had set out for Alpha 2 was scalability over 3,000 concurrent players per realm with dynamic gridding. I don't know that they actually have I haven't seen the dynamic gridding in action. You think Liberator will get refill rearm? I don't know. I would imagine if it's in the game for the other ships, because they've already said that's coming for things like the Edges, right? The ability to refuel and rearm ships on the landing deck of that thing. So I would be surprised if the Liberator didn't get it, if it's out by then. Is Ashes good? I haven't played a fantasy MMO since ESO, a bit wary of the time sink. Got the level 10 on my tank. It's a bit overwhelming in terms of crafting cities and all that, but I'm slowly figuring out. Yeah, there's a lot of depth to Ashes. I would say it's good. The combat is very good. got a ways to go. You know, it's still an alpha, but the playability is very high for the current state of the game. It's also one of the. It's probably the only game. It's probably the most ambitious game scale-wise, second only to Star Citizen. What they did was they took the Unreal 5 game server, they gutted the network stack on it, replaced it with their own homegrown system, which allows them to do things that is not possible by default in Unreal 5 server. So Unreal 5 server has a built-in meshing technology, which Pax Dei is using, where it just tiles up the world into grids, and then it allows players to transit between those tiles, and it does the handoff for you. It's actually pretty janky, by the way. I've never seen an Unreal 5 game do this well. But Ashes gutted that. They did their own. So in addition to allowing them to tile the world, they get two additional benefits that you will not see in other Unreal 5 games. One is you can see across the server lines eventually. They're doing this with some kind of a projection system that is made possible by their custom network stack. That does not work in a game like PAX. In PAX Day, if somebody runs across the server line in front of you, they just vanish. And then two, it allows them to do something that they call subdividing. So those tiles, whenever too many people get onto one of those tiles, they're going to be able to subdivide one tile into 4 tiles, and do that to increase the ability for congregation of players in the world, which is one of the problems we were talking about with Star Citizen earlier. So the technology behind Ashes is interesting. We talk about that right now, right here with the dynamic gridding and server meshing. They call it IntrepidNet technology. That is the custom stack that they are building. And then they go on to talk about their other early alpha goals were, you know, rare crashes, so increasing stability, playability, high quality experience, high fidelity, building it in front of us, a lot like Star Citizen, etc., etc. So phase 1 is complete. That's whenever they were doing scalability, stability testing, all that stuff, testing the progression of characters. Phase 2 was they were testing node advancement, they were doing econ testing and vassling, so players can claim cities in Ashes, and then there's like a vassaling system where, like, if nearby things are claimed, they become vassals of the other one, and so forth. I don't understand all this perfectly, but all this was in phase 2, which is now behind us. We are in phase 3. I would argue the econ testing is still ongoing because it's still a mess. There's still a lot of dupes and stuff happening in the game, but their goals for phase 3, which is what we're in now, importantly, does not have an ending. So this game is running 24/7 now. In the beginning, like, they were only running it like a couple days a week, and then they expanded that to like 5 days a week. Well, now it's up 24/7. It's running all the time. They have like scheduled maintenance windows and stuff like most games. Yeah, as I said here, they don't have an ending date for this, but at one point in an interview with its founder and kind of lead developer, he said he expected it to run about a year. And then at the end of this, beta 1 starts. They're going to do beta 1, beta 2, and then the live launch. So hard to say how far we all are off from 1.0 of Ashes of Creation, but I would argue it's probably, I would guess we're probably 2.5 years away. Which, if some of the more optimistic guessing for Star Citizen's 1.0 release is accurate, that would put these two releasing around the same time. Although I personally think we're going to see Ashes first. I think Star Citizen will probably lag it by a year or two. Server lines are definitely noticeable a lot of times, especially when it makes my weapons disappear. But honestly, it seems to be working and just needs polish. Yeah, I would say that Ashes is less noticeable than in Pax Day, but it's definitely still noticeable a lot of the time. But I would like if you didn't play phase 2 or phase 1, you got it pretty good. Things have got a lot better in phase 3, especially with this most recent early access release. Whenever they went live on Steam, so they just started selling us on Steam. What? was in December. Yeah, and along with that, they dropped another big patch, and that patch made massive improvements. Like the server line jank was so much worse prior to the EA on Steam launch, along with a bunch of other scaling and graphics challenges. A lot of janky behavior. Most of that has been smoothed over. The performance has gotten night and day better now. From what I'm hearing, there's still a lot of duplication issues in the economy going on, which we're trying to get nailed down. Now, one of the things that Ashes claims is that they have a very robust rollback system where they audit all transactions and everything going in the game to such a degree that they have very fine-grained control over what they roll back so that they can get rid of that kind of stuff. But we have yet to see them actually execute that and show us what that looks like in practice. So, uh, anyway, Ashes is high on my watch list for this year, and I will definitely be playing it alongside Star Citizen and Pax Day. So expect more on that from me in the weeks and months ahead. Uh, Going into Steam was a good idea. Sig will come around, I hope. You think? I don't know on Sig. I mean, PAX Day and Ashes of Creation are both in Steam now. I don't know if it's good or not for CIG. Would you rather CIG run through Steam? I've honestly never thought to myself like I wish Star Citizen ran through Steam. But maybe it's just me. 142, yeah, I could see that. You think at 1.0? I don't know. I love the Star Citizen launcher. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't know what comes along with running on Steam. Like, I don't know what the rev share agreements are or anything like that. That's true, Osmontel. I can see that argument, but there are other examples, right? What about Blizzard? Blizzard runs some of its games for Steam, but not World of Warcraft. 30% is a lot. Hmm. Interesting. I don't feel like my opinion holds a whole lot of water here because I've played a lot of games outside of Steam, and I don't feel like Steam adds value to a lot of those games. Like, I'm okay with the Blizzard launcher for World of Warcraft. I'm okay with the Eve launcher for Eve Online. I'm okay with, whatever. For a long time, Ashes of Creation had its own launcher. Uh, I also see the draw to Steam and like managing your library and your purchases and all that stuff, but for knowing like where I expect Star Citizen to go and the size that I expect the Star Citizen project to become, it feels too big for Steam, if that makes sense. For the same reason that Blizzard doesn't put World of Warcraft on Steam. Like it's almost too big for Steam. Yeah, plus Spectrum. Yeah, Steam's great. I'm not saying Steam's bad. I love Steam. I have a lot of games on Steam, and a lot of them, to your point, like I wouldn't want like a different launcher for all of them, but and I'm glad like I have this unified central place. But like I don't know, something like Star Citizen just feels too big, and yeah, Spectrum feels like a direct competitor. Um, yeah, yeah. If you've got it, you don't need Steam. Yeah, that's a good point. The market reach. Yeah. Yep. Good points. The last thing I wanted to talk about on the stream that I had previously planned on making this like my 2025, 2026 stream. Before I was pleasantly surprised with the influx of viewers. Thank you for all of you who stuck around to watch. I really hope you liked what you saw and come check me out again sometime. Normally I'm streaming to a lot less viewers than this, but I really appreciate it. But the one last thing I wanted to check out was this Pax Day video. As you can see here, the Pax Day numbers have been trending down. We're at 50% what we were at launch. Somebody put together an interesting take. This video is short. It's only what is it? It's under 7 minutes. So it's like a 6 minute and 40 second, or 6 minute and 46 minute. Blah, you know what I'm saying. Less than 7 minutes. It's an interesting style to this. He has like a round table of people talking about why we see this trend down on this game, and I had some thoughts on the matter. So I wanted to just watch this real quick, share my thoughts on it, and then we'll wrap this thing up. Because I actually got to get to a PAX Day event here soon, and I don't stream those because of the competitive landscape in that game. What we're doing, we're as a group, we're going out and we're competing for these trees, and so if people watching the stream and learning where we're at, it makes it kind of impossible to stream that, so I'm not going to stream that. But I do want to check this video out. It's by Pax Dei XM. The guy who runs this, I think his name is Massive. We'll learn it during the video, but I've talked to this guy quite a bit. He's very cool. I asked him before if I could watch this and provide some commentary. He said no problem, go ahead. So I want to check this out. It's why 29% of PAX Day players left the Battleground for Lioness roundtable. I thought it would just be a really good way of talking about this trend line. So let's check it out.
Good evening, citizens of Gallia. I'm Massively Mastered, and this is Pax Day XM.
Massively
we have a lot
Mastered.
to unpack
That's his
tonight.
name.
We are looking at a hard truth right out of the gate.
We've
Steam
talked
charts
quite a
are
bit. He's
reporting
really cool.
a 29% drop in the player base over the last 30 days. This comes after the launch of Verse 5 in the Battle for Lioness. From a development standpoint, this update was supposed to be the content injection we needed. The team bet big on PvP to drive engagement. But looking at these numbers, the market didn't respond the way Mainframe anticipated. Panel, I have to ask, what went wrong?
What went wrong? They focused on the wrong thing at the wrong time, MM. They bet the farm on PvP when the people, the actual folks grinding stone and wood, wanted a reason to exist. You can't build a game on ganking when the combat feels like you're fighting in molasses. That 29%, that's people voting with their feet.
If I may interject, Robin, it isn't just the combat mechanism, though I agree it plays a part. Historically, populations in MMOs, especially in low fantasy settings like this, decline when the world lacks cultural substance. We have a battle for Lioness, yes, but where is the narrative anchor? Outside of the dungeons, the lore is effectively non-existent. It feels empty.
But Eva, isn't the conflict itself the content? Mainframe's vision has always been player-driven emergent gameplay.
Emergent, it's empty. We need custom armor. We need meaningful weapons. We need NPCs that actually do something. You want to keep players? Give them DPS spells. Give them a reason to log in that isn't just go get run over by a Zerg guild.
Oh, that's funny. A couple things so far. The the get run over by a Zerg guild is funny because a lot of people call my guild a Zerg guild, which it is not. Like we are the furthest thing from. But they talk about like, and we were talking about this earlier in the show, right? Like the need for DPS spells and custom armor and the ability to upgrade your armor and all this stuff. And like, I could not disagree more. I like the format that he took here. He took like this roundtable format with a bunch of different opinions, which is why I wanted to share this. I thought it was really cool. But keep in mind that the developers of this game came from EVE Online. And if you look at EVE Online, the progression was very minor. It was basically tiers of materials and ships and all that stuff, right? Like a tier 1 ship looked very different from a tier 2 ship, but like the existence of a tier 2 ship did not eliminate the usage of a tier 1 ship. You flew different tier ships for different roles and different situations, and that's how I kind of see PAX. And I see like that recipe. I see them going for that in PAX. There's definitely a player base in this game that is chasing like upgrading their gear and getting the tier 4 blue gear versus like the tier 2 green gear, right? There's a whole tiering system that I can get into, but I don't think it's really important. And so like that's there, but there's a loss, right? There's we were talking about the need for this earlier in Star Citizen, where people want components in your ships to wear out, you know, like that kind of stuff. Like that stuff's already in Pax Dei, where like the more you use your gear, you know, it loses durability. You got to repair it. Eventually, it gets destroyed. You got to replace it. So that's kind of the loop that Mainframe is going for, where you construct something, you use it for a time, and then you got to reconstruct it, and that keeps the economy going. It keeps the crafters going. It keeps the need for resource extraction and all this stuff. And I think that is sufficient. I don't think you need this always never-ending progression system where there's always something better to go for, right? Like, I don't think that's the case at all. And I think if anything, what they need to do is make resource extraction more fun. This is something that EVE Online did really well, where you could go out and mine rocks by yourself solo, but if you were able to do it with friends, like the efficiency went up, right? And this is something I think Star Citizen gets right too. You can go mine solo in your prospector, but if you take some friends out in a mole or a couple prospectors with a transport ship, all of a sudden, you know, you can stay out in the field longer, you can mine more rocks, you got the transport ship running back and forth. Your efficiency goes up, like the more players you involve in the art of resource extraction, right? I think both those games, Star Citizen and EVE Online, are doing this really well. I think Pax Dei gets this terribly wrong. In Pax Dei, there is no benefit to going out and chopping trees or hitting rocks as a group. It's no more efficient than going out by yourself. And I think that is the place they need to invest effort and time, because a lot of people are feeling like this burnout where, you know, I can only craft that shield and that armor set so many times before I get bored of the process of creating it, right? I don't want to hit more trees. I don't want to mine more rocks. But in my opinion, like, people have only been doing this for a couple months in Pax Dei. People have been doing this for 20 years in EVE Online. What's the difference? And I think the difference is the social nature of resource extraction in EVE Online and the solo nature of resource extraction in Pax Dei. I think that's the clear difference. Like, if it's fun to go out and chop trees as a group, maybe you can carry a little wagon with you, throw the logs in the back of the wagon. You got some horse master who's carrying that stuff back to town. Like, I think if you could increase the efficiency of resource extraction by making a group activity, I think a lot of these problems would be solved in a very different way than just making higher levels of progression. Yeah, exactly. Carts like Valheim, yeah, no doubt. Anyway, and the combat, which they were talking about already, like feeling like you're in molasses. A lot of people rail on the content of Pax Dei, but I think the combat is an interesting take. They're going for something more visceral, more like gritty feeling. You know what I mean? Like if you've played New World or World of Warcraft or Ashes of Creation or any of these other fantasy MMOs, the combat can feel very, very high speed, high octane, twitchy. You know, people rolling around, dodging, running, and like firing fireballs and flinging arrows. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? That's a very fun type of combat. But I don't think everything has to be that way. Right? I don't think anything has to be. I don't think every game has to operate that way. 1 second. And PAX is going for something like where it feels like you're in the trenches. Like you got a bunch of people around you, and you're shoulder to shoulder, and you're holding your shields up, you're swinging at the enemy. Like there's no dodge rolling, there's no juking. And I'm not saying they shouldn't introduce some of those things. Like you can block with a shield, but you can't parry the weapon. Like I think parrying would be a cool thing to add to the game. I think like maybe some like back and forth kind of dodging, but like I don't ever want to see a dodge roll come into a game like PAX Day. I think that would be very atmospheric ruining. And so a lot of people don't seem to be interested in this type of combat. That's fine. I think there's probably a population that is. You can go out on YouTube, you can look for combat videos and see what it's like for yourself. But anyway, let's continue.
I have to agree with Robin, purely from a numbers perspective. You cannot sustain a market based solely on war attrition. If the PvE players leave, the gatherers, the crafters, the economy collapses. And right now, the market sentiment is bearish.
Let's
just repeat that one more time.
I have to agree with Robin, purely from a numbers perspective. You cannot sustain a market based solely on war attrition. If the PvE players leave, the gatherers, the crafters, the economy collapses. And right now, the market sentiment is bearish.
If there's one thing that EVE Online has showed us, it's that this is there's a symbiotic relationship here between the PvEers and the PvPers, right? And I do think you can sustain an economy on war attrition by a large part. I mean, that drives, in large part, the player-driven economy in EVE Online, where fleet battle losses, not just PvP losses, but also losses from PvE missions and all that kind of stuff, where they act as resource sinks in the economy, so that those things need to be replaced. Pax Dei goes one step further with the life cycle of weapons, durability, all that kind of thing, which even EVE Online didn't have that. So I do think those things can sustain an economy. Now he's right that like if the PvE population nopes out, like it is going to create a collapse where like the people who are out there trying to swing their swords and win PvP encounters, they're not going to have the support they need from the player base that enjoys resource extraction and crafting and that type of thing. But they definitely need each other, because if the PvP loss goes away, now the way Pax Dei is built, you will still have somewhat of a cyclical thing going on, because even people running dungeons and that type of thing are doing POIs. They're still going to be wearing their gear out, but not nearly to the extent that loss occurs in PvP. So I think the bones are there. Again, I keep coming back to the fact that resource extraction is not fun, and that is the number one problem in Pax Dei. Everybody burns out watching their character hit a tree for 2 hours a day with an axe. That is not fun for anybody, and that is the root of the problem in this game, in my mind. People in full plate doing somersaults and backflips don't work for you? Nah. I mean, like I said, there's a time and a place for it. Like, I've enjoyed games that operate that way, but I also enjoy this game, right? I can enjoy both.
Let's stay on that point about the feel of the game. Critics, and clearly Sir Robin here, are calling the combat rigid, one-dimensional. But if we look at it through the lens of the developers, they are trying to build a group-centric tactical system. Is the criticism fair?
Tactical? It's boring. Listen, we are talking about war, and I can't even crouch. There's no sneak mechanic. Where is the dodge? The game needs a dash, an evade, something dynamic. Right now, we're just standing there trading blows. It's rigid. It feels dated.
It lacks the evolution.
I mean, that's kind of what I was just talking about. People's gripes with the combat system. And again, I do think that they should add more mechanics over time, but I don't think we need backflips and somersaults and dodge rolls. A parry? Yeah. A juke? Yeah. Not much more than that.
We see in the lore of these worlds. Look at the spell system. Currently, it's static. If I find a level 1 fireball, I have 1 fireball. By the time I master the arcane arts at level 40, shouldn't that morph? Shouldn't I be casting 3 fireballs? Or a massive volatile projectile?
That brings up an interesting point regarding
The whole progression thing. We don't even have fireballs, so. But it is true, like I play a healer, and if you master the art of healing, like I'm almost level 40 on my healing staff, and my heals don't do anything more than they did at level 1. I can understand people's desire for a little bit of progression there, but at the same time, that also creates that those balance issues and that yardsticking that we were talking about earlier in the stream, where people begin to demand higher skill levels to engage in different activities, and that creates buckets of players and siloing, and all of a sudden, me, somebody who has 1,000 hours in the game, I can't realistically play with somebody with 10 hours in the game because there's just such a gap in our capabilities. And I am actually a fan of the fact that Pax Dei does not distinguish between those two things all that well. Much to your point, Chrome Dome, earlier when you guys were talking about Ark Survival and how it provides like a minor increase in capabilities as you invest more and more time. And that's really the way Pax Dei has gone. The difference between a level 1 healer and a level 40 healer is pretty minor. Our healing, like my heal might heal like 40 more than your heal, you know what I mean? Which is like 10% max. I'm totally okay. I think it works for this game.
regarding development resources. We know they utilize generative AI to build this massive world to scale. That technology was supposed to free up the team to focus on the gameplay systems. But if the world is this grand, why does the magic system feel so manual and repetitive?
Exactly. The stage is set, but the actors are limited. The magic system needs a journey, a scholastic pursuit of power. We should be out there hunting ancient scrolls or sigils like we're hunting rare artifacts. You should have to find the level 20 sigil before you can use the level 30. Right now, it's just connect the dots, but half the dots are missing.
Exactly. If I can't sneak up on an enemy in a PvP game and my magic doesn't look any cooler at level 40 than it did at level 1, what are we even doing?
It sounds like a motivation issue. Which brings me to the economy. Quillian, you've been analyzing the resource.
It's funny that you mentioned Dark Souls. I was once told because Dark Souls is what these developers said was their goalpost. That was kind of what they were aiming for with what they wanted combat to feel like in Pax Dei.
Resource distribution. The developers want accessibility, but you're arguing this accessibility is actually hurting the game's longevity.
Absolutely, ma'am. It's a fundamental principle of supply and demand. Scarcity drives value. Right now, the biomes are identical. You go to one map, it looks like the other. The resources are everywhere.
But isn't it good that a new player doesn't have to walk 3 hours for iron?
No, because it kills commerce. If poison berries only grew in the pale light of Mary, then Mary becomes a trade hub. It creates an export market. I have to travel there, gather them, and transport them back. That creates risk, and risk creates profit.
I actually like this line of thinking. I think it would be cool if there was resource scarcity in some areas and abundance in other areas, and that would create trade hubs. And I'm actually a fan of that idea. I would love to see that attempted. However, I don't know that is going to prevent the game from working, because again, I go back to EVE Online. The resources in EVE Online were abundant all over the place, right? Now, certain resources were only abundant in nullsec, but one asteroid belt didn't look too different from another asteroid belt, and yet it worked. And so I don't know that it's a reason the game is not coming together, but I would love to see the whole export import thing that they were talking about. I think that's a really cool idea, and I think that's something that the Ashes of Creation is going for, and certainly something that I think Star Citizen is aiming for as well. But these being ex-EVE developers, it doesn't surprise me that they are bringing something very EVE-like into the game. Trade hub idea is cool. Would love it if they had something like caravans to move base number of items as base values like they do in EVE. Yeah, exactly. Does PAX have trophies or artifacts you can display in your buildings? No. Or a giant boss you can mount in the town square. That would be cool, but no. I think cosmetic thing like that would be an amazing addition. A lot of people gloss over the fact that in EVE there are NPC ships moving tons of low-cost items around the verse. Yeah, indeed. I would love to see stuff like that going on here.
It also creates local identity. If those berries only grow in Merry, that region gains a reputation. It becomes the land of poisons. Right now, the world is a homogenized landscape. There is no reason to traverse the world other than to go to a dungeon.
Exactly. And if I'm a trader, why would I buy your goods if I can get them in my backyard? We need biome-specific resources. That forces trade routes. That forces interaction. That saves the economy.
Basically, if I don't have to leave my house to get the good stuff, I'm not going out. And if I'm not going out, I'm not playing.
That ties directly into the current state of the battle for Lioness and its impact on the home valleys. The design intent was clear. The home valley is your heart, your safe storage, and Lioness is the front line. But Robin, you're saying the heart has stopped beating?
It's a ghost town out there, The home valleys are empty. Why? Because the mega clans are absorbing everyone.
Is that not just the nature of warfare, strength in numbers?
It's strangulation. The little guy can't compete for a shrine in Lyonesse, so he has two choices, quit or join the blob. So everyone moves to the PvP zone, and the beautiful world they built, the regular provinces, are barren. There's no gathering, no life.
It's a consolidation of assets that is terrible for the market. When 2 or 3 guilds hold all the territory, the middle class of the player base evaporates. And since all the resources in Lyonesse are the same as the home valleys, but in higher abundance, there is zero economic incentive to be in the home valley.
It breaks the immersion entirely. We should be living in the valleys, maintaining the home front, and deploying to war. Instead, we are camping on the battlefield because the home front offers no unique rewards.
It's a compelling argument. If the home valleys don't matter and the combat doesn't evolve, the drop-off numbers start to make sense. We need fluidity. We need scarcity to drive trade, and we need to break the mega clan stranglehold to let the home valleys breathe again. Gentlemen, Eva, thank you for your insights. This has been Pax Dei XM. We'll see you in the world, hopefully.
Pax Dei XM. Stay tuned for...
I don't know. It does remind you of high sec, low sec and EVE, exactly. Like, the argument that the Lioness is more compelling from an economic standpoint, like, it should be in my mind. Like, you could say the same thing about nullsec and EVE Online, right? Like, you could get everything you needed in nullsec, you could live independently in nullsec, but you were also at high risk. To me, that feels like what they're trying to replicate here in Pax Dei. Like, yes, you can live in Lioness, you can do everything you need in Lioness, but the risk is there. You're able to be attacked while you're farming. You know, in the home valleys, you can't be. So it feels to me like they're trying to recreate that in medieval times. So it's not so much that the choice between living in Lioness and the home valleys is made based on economic reasons, more so for play style. Right? You're choosing to play in the home valley because you don't enjoy PvP, you don't enjoy high risk gameplay, or you're choosing to play in Lioness because you do. So. Home valleys aren't empty. I mean, ours isn't. I can't speak for all of them, though. I know ours isn't. We got a lot of players in the home valley still. But cool. I thought this was a really neat way to put this video together. Here's a link to it. Go give him a like. He did a really good job on this, I think. Even if we don't agree on all the points. Give him a like now. Also, while I'm handing out links, for those who are new and just watching me for the first time, you may not know, but I run a gaming community. We play Star Citizen, Ashes of Creation, Pax Day. We also have a chapter of people playing Season of Discovery and World of Warcraft still. We play a lot of different stuff, but these three, Ashes of Creation, Star Citizen, Pax Day, they're our main games. So if you're interested in finding a community that plays any of those, you can visit us at unhinged.gg. I just linked it in chat. Or you can jump directly to our Discord server at discord.gg/unhinged. There you go. There's your two links that'll get you to us. We're always looking for more people that want to play this stuff with us, so we'd love to have you. That's all I got for tonight. This went a lot longer than I intended. Thanks to all the new people coming out and checking out the stream. Hope you enjoyed your time here. Really thankful for Expat Brat for bringing y'all my way. That was a very pleasant surprise. It was really good getting to chat with y'all for the first time. And for the long timers that are always out here, really appreciate you being here again. Energy M1, cool. You take it easy too. Hope everybody has a great rest of your evening, and I'll finish putting the polish on the 2026 predictions, and I'll get those out so that we can circle back and see how we did on the predictions again next year. Zach Crawforth, thank you. Glad it was interesting. Oswintale, you bet. My pleasure. 2010, you have a good time as well. I'll follow, but oh god, I'm running my ad blocker, so as soon as you're done, I'll follow and your stream is turned off. Hey, I appreciate it, Energy M1. Tragic that it's over already. Good night then. See you next Saturday. Thanks, Project Genome. Really appreciate it, man. Salute back at you, T3. A3? Cool name. Yeah. Really good seeing y'all. Have a good night. Do it again. I do this every Saturday, by the way. Every Saturday, I'm live streaming, and then I try to release a few videos throughout the week. So I'll be right back here next Saturday for those interested. Until then, take care, and Grollo out.